Good day and good evening and welcome to Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight we have a lot of clips that have been in the queue for a while. As I've said before, I usually don't do... I try to save the clips until people are in the chat to see the response to their clip. I just wanted to mention that they're still there. So, like, I have a whole bunch of clips. Like, I think Jet Erickson posted a clip like 3 months ago, something like that. I also have a bunch of other clips. So if you know that there is a clip from you and you're like, I'm pretty sure that it hasn't been seen yet, but you are in the chat, you might want to make sure that you're like, oh, I am here, so that I'm not skipping your clip because I think you're not. Another thing is, for a long time, I've been bringing an extra lamp into the room to like get some extra light behind, like back there, to like light up my face. I don't know if it's better or worse like this. This time we just have the lamp that is normally there. Maybe that's enough. I thought it looked pretty fine as is, but if you're like, I actually liked it better the other way, or maybe you can't tell the difference, I would like to hear it if you're like, I preferred it the other way. But let's try it like this time, and I don't have to bring the lamp every time. Then there's also light out in the room I hide in when the manatee takes over. Right. With that said, hey Ogni, hey Gazel, hey Traverse, and hey Rost. I hope you're all doing very well. So, as usual, hey Gireen, hope you're doing well as well. As usual on these streams, we talk about this and that in Final Fantasy XIV. If you have any questions, anything you would like to know more about, maybe you have a question about a specific job, maybe you have a question about a specific interaction in the game, maybe you're just curious about something you'd like to discuss, this is a great place to do it. Aside from that, I try to have a few subjects to talk about myself, if there's nothing else, and then we will review clips from all of you. Which you can post if you would like your clip to be reviewed. There is a specific clips review room in the community server that you can join. There's also a whole bunch of other stuff there, but there is a clips review room. And for anyone curious, I have lemon tea today, so. Hey Vjek, hope you're doing well. Right, so far I know we have a clip from Vjek, and we have a clip from Gazel. So those will be ones we will absolutely be bringing forth. Right, with that said, this week we had a new patch. In case anyone didn't notice, there was a new patch. There was a patch. The patch didn't do a huge amount of changes. There's 3 main things that got changed. The first thing that got changed is that the Savage Raid tier of P9S to P12S no longer has a weekly lockout. So you can farm it to your heart's content, assuming you could farm it in the first place. Like maybe you're not a Savage Raider, in which case maybe this is a good time to get started if you feel like it. See, the thing is, because these 4 encounters are completely open, you don't have to do 9 to reach 12, although maybe it's a good idea to start with 9. But another interesting aspect to this is that you can sit down, learn P9S, so the first fight, master the tactics of that fight, and just grind that fight until you have all of the gear you need and want. And then just never come back again. And then, you know, clean the memory bank, just empty out, just toilet noises, and then hop on to the next one. And then so on and so forth. I have heard some people say that with with it being farmable now, that there are much less reasons to do P10. So I can't remember the exact loot table, but if there's anything that means that P10 shares loot between 9 and 11, there's a reasonable chance that you might be able to skip 10 entirely. We could look into that a little bit later if anyone's curious. But yeah, the point is, this might be a decent time to get into Savage Raiding if you're interested and haven't started yet. Although, as usual, the difficult part is finding groups and finding people to play with often and getting started. And remember, if you are starting on Savage Raiding, consider which data center you're trying to queue from. To take a clean example, Chaos is not the place to try because people mainly go to Light if they're Savage Raiding. So if you want to try Savage Raiding, you should probably start on Light. As an EU player, I believe the answer is Ether over on NA and Mana over on JP, I've been told. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that you can't do it from your home data center. I'm just saying that then you're doing a Party Finder Savage. So maybe that's exactly what you want to do, but I've said it. Hey Bob and hey Hyapin, hope you're both doing very well. You're right on that, Viek, that the early parts of the Endwalker Savage Raiding scene would be easier fights due to the item advantage, but the problem there is that you will have a really hard time finding people that want to do it unless it's P4S or P8S, because they have mount drops, and I believe P8S has an ultimate locked behind it. But generally, doing the outdated raid tiers in the current expansion tends to be a lot more difficult to find people. Just keep that in mind. Also, hey Diffie, hope you're doing very well. Yeah, Savage Raiding is a lot of is a big time investment. That is also why I'm saying that you still have to do 10. No loot is shared. Head, hands, and feet are from 10 only. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, BSR, for the summary. Thank you. I have heard a lot of people really hate P10S. But I have a feeling that people would rather farm P10S for the actual loot dropping rather than do P12S way more to like just get the books to target the gear. So you're right that that's an alternative, but I wonder if people have such a burning hatred for P10S that they'd rather do P12S like 4 to 6 times more, if I recall correctly. Hey Xavius, hope you're doing well. We're talking about the fact that the weekly lockout on the current raid tier Savage has been lifted, so you can farm to your heart's content. I'm mainly giving suggesting the option that now that you can just spam them whenever you have time, it might be a good time to get into Savage Raiding if you haven't tried it yet. I think there's also people that will be a lot more interested, or a lot less averse at least, to joining practice groups because, well, you can get the clears that you want, and then you can help the first timers or newer to the scene, and they can, like, you will still get loot at the end if there's a kill, so there's a better chance that people will help, I would imagine. Also, hey Kensley and me, who else? Hope you're both doing very well. Traverse says, I've heard speculation that the lockout on P12N and the layer will be removed in 658 in March. Think there's any validity to that? When did the weekly lockout on the coin from Towered Paradigm's Breach get removed from the weekly lockout? see here. This is patch 558. So 558. The E12N weekly lockout on the blades was lifted. And the weekly restriction on coins and gear coffers was lifted. So yeah, that actually sounds extremely likely, Traverse, based on this information. The reason why people make these kinds of predictions is because the patches have an extremely high tendency to be predictable in this way. That makes sense. So the fact that we've seen it in 558 makes it a lot more likely that we'll see it again in 658. But the other thing, well, actually, this is still the first thing that I was talking about, is the Savage logout opening. Another reason why you might be interested in getting into Savage raiding right now is that the Echo buff has been applied. I believe everyone gets a 10% damage, healing, and HP bonus while doing P9S to P12S. Some players will find that annoying because they don't want to get it easy and handed to them, which is understandable. But if you found Savage raiding intimidating and scary, then the fact that you're getting a 10% leg up on what you had access to before might make it a little more possible, a little more likely that you can beat it. Like, it was possible without this bonus. Now you have it, so it's even more possible now. So it's worth giving a shot. The second thing is that the weekly tombstones, so the tombstones of comedy, their weekly cap has been doubled. This is somewhat significant because normally if you're like maybe like kinda casual, maybe even like super casual grinding your day, like your weekly stuff, you would before be capable of getting your weekly cap by doing one expert roulette every day for 5 days. And that's all you had to do. Now you have to do a bit more. If you do expert roulette 7 days a week, like the full week, you will still come up like 270 tombstones short. So you have to do a little bit more than that. There are many ways you can go about that. One way you can go about that is that the third thing is that I don't have it on me because I handed it in, but the Wondrous Tales tome, the book from Chloe Ariapo over in Idleshire, this book has been upgraded so that if you get one line, just one, you can pick 300 weekly tombstones from it. The key here is that those 300 count towards the weekly limit. So it alone, with no help from elsewhere, will give you 1/3 of the tombstones that you would need to grind on a given week. So if you did 7 expert roulettes every week and Wondrous Tales, you would get your weekly cap. There's many other ways to go about it as well. Some people like to get their weekly cap through hunts. Some people just, I mean, you could just spam Savage raids. The newest, like the current raid tier gives 30 per clear, and since they're endlessly farmable, you could do 30 of them if you wanted to do that. Like, that's also a way to do it. The thing with the Wondrous Tales is that obviously it is not guaranteed that you get a line, but if you just blindly grab 9 stickers, there's actually a higher chance that you do get one line than the chance that you don't. Although if you want to be sure, make sure to use your second chances to shuffle the stickers while you're still down at 7. You can get one line with 7 stickers, so you can force it to be real. You can force it to be real, and you have 2 weeks to fill in the book. So if you don't get it this week, you can maybe make it work next week. But yeah, shuffle until you get one line and then fill in the rest. That is my suggestion if you really, really bank on getting like 300 from the Wondrous Tales. But that is just one option. The reason why the Wondrous Tales is so particularly significant in this is that the Wondrous Tales is reasonably easy to fill in. Usually. Also, hey Aradel and Umia, hope you're both doing very well. Yeah, we're talking about the new additions for the from the patch today that came out then this week, Umia. Well, Traverse, if you get that, I suppose you'd have to choose one of the other 3-line options. That's the best I have for you. Alternatively, you don't have to hand in the book this week. You could just sit on it until next week, hand it in and start next week strong. And get those 300 right out the gate and then grab another book. You don't have to spend, don't have to use it this week. And yeah, as VX says, hunts also give a whole bunch of other goodies, so it's not a bad idea to get into hunts. It can just be a little bit, depending on what kind of content you prefer to do normally, this can sometimes be problematic because unless you're a conductor yourself, and if you're a hunt train conductor, you already know. Unless you're a conductor yourself, you're entirely at the mercy of when other people plan to do hunts. Which means that you might feel like you can't do stuff, because if you go into a dungeon, maybe a hunt train starts while you're in the dungeon, and then you miss most of it. But on the other hand, if you sit there ready for the hunt all day, on the one hand, hunts happen very regularly. Very regularly. You just have to, like, for example, if you're in the Faloop Discord, there's lots of hunt trains that happen quite regularly. So you don't have to sit all day to get to one. You just have to not start on something else and just be ready. Some of these trains also take like 5+ minutes before they start. Like, they give a pretty good warning, so you have a chance to come. And also, as VX says, you only need like 8 trains for the cap. Hey Sin, hope you're doing well. Kensley says, what patch does Wondrous Tales become available? You need access to the zone called Idleshire. I'm pretty sure that the Wondrous Tales themselves unlock when you have completed the quest Heavensward, which is the quest that finishes the leveling story of Heavensward. Or did you not mean Wondrous Tales? You just, like, there is an NPC in Idleshire. Like, there's an NPC called the Unctuous Adventurer. Actually, maybe the easiest way to do this is I have a video about it. Just level 60? Oh, well, then you just have to be in Idleshire. And also, hey, Sin, and Kiki, and Torment. Hope you're all doing... And Edored. Hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, that's also... the part of the reason, I think, that... Actually, I don't know why there's more trains on the day before reset, but I'd imagine the reason why there's more on the day of reset is because a lot of players, like, they play Final Fantasy XIV at specific days of the week. And it makes perfect sense to play right when everything's fresh and reset. And that's also a good point, Traverse, that if you get 2 lines on your Wondrous Tales, you can get 500 Causality Tomestones, and if you're in the business of collecting relic weapons for Endwalker and grinding those up, then that is a very easy way to skip a lot of that grind. But, and I talk about this in that video I linked, the probability of getting 2 lines is way smaller than getting 1. So if you can't make that magic happen naturally, then you might just sit there wasting time, because you could just do content that gives you Causality Tomestones instead of trying to magician 500 out of that book. Like, you're basically ending up thinking, how can I save... I will spend 3 hours trying to save myself the effort of grinding 500 tomestones. Like doing this thing that takes not very long, but I keep repeating it for 3 hours or whatever. 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours. It's random. And at the end of the day, you've saved nothing. That is also the general conclusion of the video, if there's anyone that's interested in watching it. Hey, Zephyrus says, does Dark Knight TBN supersede a shield applied by a healer? Does it depend on the order of the shields applied? All barriers in Final Fantasy XIV have a priority list. What that means is that the game, while it looks like order matters, it does not, because each shield has a certain priority. TBN, incidentally, has the highest priority of all the barriers. So you could have 8 different shields on a Dark Knight. If the Dark Knight uses TBN after that, TBN will break first. I believe the second priority is the Eucratian Diagnosis, the one from Sage. And the reason why that one is second priority is because it's vastly less important than TBN. But there's still value in it specifically breaking. The third priority is most other barriers, as far as I know. I'm not 100% sure. A particularly interesting difference between Scholar and Sage, which makes perfect sense, that I discovered very recently in the works of a Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters video. Look forward to it. Sage's Eucratian Diagnosis has a higher priority than the Differential Diagnosis. That is the shield you get on top if it crits. So if you crit Eucratian Diagnosis, the regular shield will break first, then the crit shield. The reason for that makes sense, because you want the base Eucratian Diagnosis shield to break first, so you can get your Adder Sting. It's not as big of a deal if the extra shield times out. On the other hand, for Scholars at Loquium, Catalyze, the crit shield, has a higher priority than Galvanize, the base shield. This actually also makes sense. The reason why this makes sense is because you don't actually care whether Adloquium is fully spent or not. I mean, of course you would like it to be spent so it wasn't wasted, but you don't care whether the entire shield is spent. However, you do care about safeguarding Galvanize for as long as possible if you plan to use deployment tactics. And deployment tactics does not interact with Catalyze, so Catalyze can be used to safeguard the Galvanize so you can use deployment tactics. And I think that's really, really fascinating. Yeah, Saf says the same thing. Gazel says TBN stacks. Nope. If 2 Dark Knights tries to use TBN on the same person, I'm pretty sure the biggest shield survives, which makes no sense because the shield is 25% of the target's HP. But what that means, well, the better shield survives, I'd guess. So if they're equal, as in the target's max HP has not changed, then the second shield will take priority because it just refreshes the duration as far as the game is concerned, right? It just adds a new fresh shield. However, if the original shield has taken any damage, then the new shield will also be better because there's more shield on it. If, on the other hand, the first shield was applied while the target was benefiting from something like protraction, which increases your max HP by 10%, and the person has yet to take damage, I'm pretty sure that the first shield being bigger will mean that the game will let the original shield stay. This kinds of interaction is the reason why you generally don't want two of the same tank in a party if you have any control over it. What I mean by that is TBN doesn't stack, Heart of Corundum doesn't stack, Intervention doesn't stack, Nascent Flash doesn't stack. I don't know how cover interacts, but I do believe we had a conversation about that recently. There's a reasonable chance that both cover applications will stay on the target because of a similar interaction to Dragon Sight. At least back when it was there. Let's see, Torment says I've been spending all my causality on crafting mats. I mean, if you need the money, that's not the worst thing. Also, hey Archibasta, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you are, with a cat on your lap. Yurihin says the day before reset for hunt trains is probably for people who realize they still need to cap and want to get that done. That is possible. Who knows? It could also just be that they've run out of other stuff to do throughout the week and then just go, well, we could do hunt trains. Maybe it's not so great after all, Archibald. I just now got to, except he's also shredding my knee. Yeah, in regards to the Wondrous Tales thing, just to finish on that, the best way you can go about it is get the 9 stickers and just get done with it. If you have second chances, go wild, go crazy with it, but don't go and queue for content trying to snipe first-timers to collect more second chances. Don't do that. That's not worth your time. Like, unless you're going to do it anyway, like if you have some other logical reason to do that. But the key thing is don't make it so that you're specifically doing content to collect second chances. That's when it stops being worthwhile. See, hey Othala, hope you're doing well. Any theories on the Astrologian rework? My guesses on the Astrologian rework are that there are 2 ways this can go, and I am reasonably confident which one it's going to be. The first option, which I don't believe is going to happen, is they're going to make the cards more random. Like, they're going to go back to its roots, make each card unique, like make them do crazy stuff. I would like to remind everyone who wasn't there in the old days. This card made you do more damage. This card reduced your GCD. This card increased your crit chance. This card reduced the damage you took. This card restored MP, and this card restored TP, which doesn't exist. So if they made the 6 cards 6 unique things again, there are Astrologian mains who would be happy. There exist Astrologian mains who would be delighted to experience this, right? Like, absolutely, I can guarantee you that there will be some Astrologian mains who will love this, even if it's incredibly unreliable, because it's more fun. I'll get back to why I believe this is not the way it's going to go in just a moment. What I think is going to happen is they're going to remove the more likely scenario, I think, is that they're either going to remove or even more tone down the randomness of Astrologian. By that, they might make it so that the cards come in a predictable order, they might make it so that you can directly influence which cards you get so that it doesn't matter. Like there is no RNG. There's also the possibility that they remove the whole draw mechanic outright. What I've suggested previously is that each of these 6 cards could represent something that the Astrologian could do. Like they could just become separate cooldowns. Many of the abilities you have could be replaced with cards. For example, the balance could just override divination. Instead of you using divination, you just play the balance and that makes everyone do more damage. That still fits with the original theme of the balance. The arrow could override light speed. The arrow originally made you go faster, like attack faster, and in PvP it actually does that. So light speed would match with an effect like the arrow we used to have. Not sure on the spear, but the bowl could be something that replaced collective unconscious, for example, because that's, you know, a big dome that makes you take less damage. And like they could make 6 cards that like did a combination of replacing some of the old actions if they want to. They could also make it so that they just add new actions instead. They might also make it so that it's like a thing you cycle through. A lot of things, but I think genuinely that the reason, quote unquote reason, that there is a problem with Astrologian is that it is extremely random. And there's one big problem with randomness in games, and that is that if you had the choice between it, so the key thing here is if you're optimizing, there's a different answer than if you're just playing. If you had the choice between doing 100 DPS, don't think so much about the numbers in relation to the game. Let's say you could choose between doing 10,000 DPS every time consistently, no BS. It's always 10k. Or you can choose to instead do a random number between 9.5k or 10.1k. Right? So sometimes you'll do slightly more damage, but most of the time you're going to do way less. In most situations, you would probably choose the consistent 10k, right? You would probably choose the 10k there. But if you were optimizing and just trying to do, like, you know, the best pass ever or whatever, then the 10.1k would be interesting because all that matters is that you roll that 10.1k at the right time, and then you're good. So like that's why it's different. This also circles back to the crit mage versus speed mage thing with black mages. Crit mage has a larger variance between its lowest potential and highest potential. Speed mage has a more reliable middle ground of damage. But that doesn't matter when you're optimizing, because what really matters is which one can do the most damage. Now, the reason why I'm posing this example is because Astrologian is playing with this exact problem, that Astrologian is random. And that means, essentially, if we ignore the part about there being crit luck and all that for just a moment, then White Mage is the 10k damage dealer in this hypothetical scenario, and Astrologian is the 9.5 to 10.1k. The only way for Astrologian to seem better in relation to White Mage outside of optimization is to make sure that the average power of Astrologian is at least as good as White Mage's average power. But the thing is, the human brain doesn't like random very good. And yes, that is intentionally bad grammar. If RNG is actually fair, like actually fair, then your brain will interpret it as unfair. If the RNG is in your favor, then your brain typically will interpret RNG as more fair, which is, of course, ridiculous, but that's how the brain works. And that's because the brain remembers bad experiences better than good ones. So if you get a 50-50 odds thing and you lose half and you win half, your brain will emphasize that it lost half way more than it will emphasize that it also won half, right? So if you win 60% and lose 40%, but the game says that there's a 50-50, then you'll be more likely to think, oh, that's pretty fair, because the 40% loss is a little more easily overwhelmed by the 60% win. I know I'm getting a little bit off on a tangent here, but what I'm getting at is that the problem with random jobs, and especially like super random jobs in an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV, where most of the jobs are perfectly predictable down to the microsecond, is that you're not choosing between a list of jobs that are all equal. You're choosing from a list of jobs with a whole bunch of them being predictable, and then there's those few ones that are super random, like super weird, like Bard, Dancer, a little bit Black Mage, a little bit Red Mage, Astrologian, right? Those are the hyper-random ones, with Astrologian in particular, right? And Bard a little bit. But you can see that most of these random jobs have gotten their randomness toned down so incredibly heavily that it either doesn't really matter, or if it does, you have to be insanely unlucky for it to be actually a problem. And this also applies for Astrologian. I've talked about this many times before on these streams, but Astrologian, played right, has a 2 out of 3 chance of getting 3 signs on Astrodyne every time. So the real randomness is whether you draw the right type of card, because once you have to focus on Astrodyne, it means that you just have to hope that you draw melee cards, for example. Things like that. But that's the reason why I think Astrologian will probably have even less randomness, is simply put because it's really hard to balance this when put up against all these predictable jobs. Honestly, it's also really hard to balance things like crit and direct hit for the same reason. Also, hey Grim Reaper, and hey Maluxia, and Angel, and Liv and Gleaming Gamora. I hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, exactly, Maluxia, that is exactly part of the problem. Exactly emphasizes part of this problem is that the Astrologian not only has to draw the right cards, they have to draw the right cards at the right time. They want to make sure that they draw the right card on the odd minute where they're getting their... like when their melee, one of their melee DPS are popping off anyway, because they have a decent like odd minute burst and things like that. It's really... like there's a lot to it, and the easiest way, and you know, stop me if I'm wrong on this, the development of Final Fantasy XIV in the recent years seems to have emphasized a lot on making jobs in such a way that they're reasonably easy to balance. The easiest way to balance a job is if its power is predictable, and random jobs are not predictable. The spear double potency for 5 seconds. That's pretty good. You know, it's extra funny if it's like double potency for your next GCD. Could you imagine if a job, it doesn't even have to be Astrologian, imagine one job got a buff, a raid-wide buff, that doubled the potency of the next action that each person did. Could you imagine how incredibly unbalanced that would be? Just envision the biggest direct crit you've ever seen in Final Fantasy XIV and just double it. Exactly, Hoshiranryu. It would have possibly the biggest explosive impact on how openers would be constructed for the rest of the game until it was changed. Like right now, we have that whole thing where raid buffs come out 3 GCDs into the fight. If some jobs had to like, oh yeah, most jobs are ready with their biggest attack 6 or 7 GCDs in, that's when they'll do it. Gazel, Dream Within a Dream is the 3 hits move. Hoshiranryu is the Ice Shurikens. Glimmermoy says, but my new job makes me work through stream. Oh. Well, I hope you enjoy your lunch. I'm sorry to hear that, Angel. I hope it goes better. I hope you enjoy Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, VX says, I got a Scathe Mage in the burn. How? Like, they're just spamming Scathe? Like, just... Really? At level 70? Black Mage stocks will rise. That's Xenoglossy. Yeah, exactly, Othala. If there was such a buff, it would be a matter of, okay, how can we make it so that all the jobs happen to use their big attack at the same time, so that everyone gets maximum value? And the weird thing about that is that we already have, like, an idea of this aspect. And what I mean by that is that, for example, the warrior opener. You do your, like, you use Infuriate once you can. You do a 1, 2, 3 to get Storm's Eye, and then you go into Inner Release. But if you're trying to maximize your damage, it is pretty common to spend your Inner Chaos, Infuriate again, but use Primal Rend and then another Inner Chaos. And some of you that might play a lot of Warrior might be squirming and saying, but my Inner Release, the 3 stacks, they'll run out. You'll be fine. As long as you used Inner Release at the right time, you have enough time to then finish using 3 Fail Cleaves after that. But the reason why people do this, is that Primal Rend and Inner Chaos does way more damage than Fail Cleave. So, to make sure that you get the highest possible potency out while raid buffs are up, you use them first, and you might be thinking, but don't people use raid buffs at the same time? Yes, but not always. And some buffs have different weird durations, and sometimes people use their buffs at weird times for different reasons, and the more casual your group is, the more likely they are to use their buffs at completely random completely random times. And the most effective way to work around this is to go and use your biggest attacks in the time frame where the most possible buffs are active. And if everyone is using their raid buffs immediately, like if you have a scholar in your group who uses Chain Stratagem as their first action when they pull, I see this sometimes, then you will land that. Like if you do 1, 2, 3 Inner Chaos, Primal Rend, Inner Chaos, that second Inner Chaos will happen exactly as Chain Stratagem is running out. So you're circumventing people that don't know when the common time to use raid buffs are, or players that don't care. Like if it's in a casual setting, it makes perfect sense to not care. But, like, this might seem completely disconnected from what we were just talking about, but this is basically you're adjusting your rotation to make sure that you fit everything in the buffs. If there then also was a buff that goes your next GCD does double damage, then you would additionally adjust your opener to be like, okay, well, Gunbreaker wants to use it on double down, but they really want to get Gnashing Fang going before they do that. So they'll probably go 1, 2, 3, No Mercy, Gnashing Fang, and then they can skip over Sonic Break and do double down and then circle back to Sonic Break. It's that important. But that still means that the warrior will have to be like, okay, so conveniently a warrior will go 1, 2, 3 in a Chaos Primal Rant, so that already works. For Paladin, they also conveniently go 1, 2, 3 Fight or Flight, Goring Blade, Confiteor, which is their strongest attack. And the Dark Knight will probably use Bloodspiller around them. They go 1, 2, 3, 1 Bloodspiller, if I recall correctly. So some jobs it just works. Others, it might not. I'm pretty sure Ninja does not use Hyoshoranryu exactly on that time that I just mentioned there. And they also have a weird GCD compared to the tanks. So it might be 6 or 7 for Ninja for it to line up. 11 says, when is the best time to use raid buffs in general? It kind of depends, but the rule of thumb for most jobs is the third GCD into the fight, you use 15-second duration raid buffs. Some of these happen naturally. For some jobs, it makes perfect sense why that is. And for others, it's like, what? Why? Let me give you an example. For Dancer, you will use standard finish into technical finish. Technical finish takes around 6 seconds and standard finish takes 1.5. It just so happens that technical finish will come out almost exactly when it needs to. You do this. And around here, the warrior will use Storm's Eye. It might also be the second GCD. I'm not exactly 100% sure whether technical finish lands on one or the other, but the key thing here is also that technical finish lasts 20 seconds. So as Angel says, those are usually used after the second GCD, sometimes even the first. Reaper is a good example of a job that uses Arcane Circle often right after their first GCD. But that's because it's a 20-second buff as opposed to a 15-second. There are also jobs like Summoner that often use a Searing Light after the first GCD, but their buff lasts 30 seconds. So, like, it is a little complicated. The easiest way to know is that a lot of players in, like, more casual, or at least less, like, hyper-optimized groups, which is most groups, by the way, will use something along the lines of what you'll see on the balance. And most of my guides, I will usually either demonstrate something that is extremely close to what the balance has done, or I'll show something that is exactly what they've done. I will, of course, explain why, because here's the thing, when you're doing an optimal rotation, there's usually not two different ways to do the optimal rotation. There's one, that's why it's optimal, right? So there's a really good explanation for why that there can be an overlap here, but it's not always that it is actually optimal. But the key thing is that what makes many of these openers optimal is that we're all assuming that we're, you know, in on this plan that we use raid buffs at this time, and specifically this time, and not any other time. If the meta was that you use all raid buffs exactly after pull, then many of these openers wouldn't work. You know, there's a Scathe mage in the burn, like or an enemy that uses Scathe in the burn. That makes a lot more sense. Gleaming says, I tend to play around people just popping raid buffs whenever by using my big hits when I see there is a buff. If a ninja mugs, I'm going to use a cartridge on Gunbreaker, for instance. Well, the thing is that Gunbreaker is a really good example of a job that doesn't really have any, like, wiggle room. You tend to want to use your cartridges at extremely specific times. But there are jobs that can get creative around this. In fact, Warrior is a really good example of a job that can adjust their burst based on what people are doing. To elaborate a little bit on that for 11, who asked about this, Warrior, the only thing they have to do is every minute they have to use inner release. And they have to, like, if they're about to generate Beast Gauge, they can't hold. They have to use Fell Cleave, and if they're going to have Infuriate fully ready with 2 charges, they kind of have to use 1. But for the most part, you can just sit there doing 1, 2, 3 combos, and just sitting there sandbagging it, and then go, oh, someone gave me a damage buff, and then you go Inner Chaos, bam. As long as you use your things on cooldown, and Warrior doesn't have that many things they need to use on cooldown. They have a few. And that means you can be a lot more flexible with some jobs and just, you know, adjust to when you get buffs. And sometimes everything just lines up perfectly, other times they don't. Dark Knight can also adjust, but they have a lot more things they have to use. Like, if you're a Dark Knight in more casual groups, you have to use things like Living Shadow and Delirium and Blood Weapon and Salted Earth and Carbon Spit when you have them. They have to be used when you have them. But if the other players in your group happens to put their buffs up when, like, at some random time, you can spend your Shadowbringers there and your Blood Spillers, if you have any, there, and just dump your MP bar on edges there instead of holding them for the 2-minute burst that you just saw isn't happening. Like, you just saw someone put up their raid buff, so their buff isn't going to be there with your Living Shadow anyway. So, you know, some jobs can be more flexible. See, Isaac and Matu. Hope you're both doing very well. Let me see. Hope you enjoy Pokemon, Zach. And that is true, Gleaming. I believe part of the reason why Dark Knight goes 1, 2, 3, 1 Blood Spiller is something to do with how long it takes to do all of their Blood Spillers, and waiting 1 extra GCD means that there's a bigger chance that the Blood Spillers all land in raid buffs, because you only get so many. I'm glad to hear that, Traverse. Thank you. Ymir says I use the unoptimal rotation for Machinist. The thing is, Machinist is only, like, I've talked about this in some of my in some of my videos on the subject of 2-minute bursts and openers and all that. But the reason why Machinist is perceived as such a super strict job is because it has this limitation that it has to be ultra strict to match perfectly with raid buffs. But if there are no raid buffs, if there are nothing to optimize around, if you're playing it more casually and not trying to optimize to like the last single %, then it doesn't matter that much. And like, that's actually, speaking of delayed tools, one of the core weaknesses of delayed tools is specifically that it leaves I think it is like a 10-second gap where if the fight ends in that time frame, the I guess it's called early tools now. That's also the rotation I used to teach in my guides, simply because that was the popular one when I made the guides. Genuinely, it has just since changed. But early tools has the advantage of front-loading the damage slightly more, which is better if there are so So it's no big deal. I believe the damage difference between the two rotations are also relatively small. But if you're trying to be the best, you need to do what is the best. Hey, Uthala, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that is pretty interesting. The overlay actually translates the message. I see it in Danish over on this screen, and then I see it in English in the actual stream itself. Thank you so much, Othala. And also, there's nothing wrong with playing an unoptimal rotation. I just want to be clear that there's nothing wrong with playing with a non-optimal rotation. There can be many reasons why you do that, and a very common one is if you literally can't do the optimal rotation because of latency or whatever it is, then you tried, like you're trying your best, and if you're on higher latency, it's often a lot harder to get an optimal rotation because you have to freestyle it a lot more. Like, you have to figure out how to do it the most effective way without double weaving. Also, hey Liv, hope you're doing well. 11 says, I didn't know there was a best time, so I just used them on cooldown. That's fine. So the thing is, 11, the way this stuff, actually, let me just, Oh, this one is going to be hard to find. Enjoy your meeting, Traverse. I have a video specifically on the subject of what is the point of openers. So, this short answer is the way that openers work, 11. Is that the way that it works is that you use your cooldowns at a specific time in the start of the fight, and after you've done your opener, the alternative rule that is use your stuff on cooldown takes priority. There are a few exceptions, and it's usually something to do with charges. But the general rule is use everything on cooldown. That is the rule. So the opener basically means that right at the top, at the top, right at the beginning of a fight, you delay certain things so that everything just works and lines up magically and perfectly. And the reason why that works is it's actually pretty easy to demonstrate with Warrior. If I do the Warrior opener is 1, 2, 3. Upheaval in a release, or 1, 2, 3 in a release upheaval, and of course use Infuriate somewhere before that. And the reason why you delay upheaval 3 GZDs, which of course at a glance makes no sense. You're wasting time by sitting on this is free damage. Well, the first reason is that by delaying it around 7.5 seconds, right? Actually closer to 5 seconds, because the 5.5 seconds because you Storm Sign immediately upheaval, right? And the reason why is that it means that you get to use it during Storm's Eye, which gives it 10% more damage. But you're losing around 1/4 to 1/6 of an upheaval by delaying it by those amounts of seconds. But this starts to make more and more sense the more raid buffs you have. You're losing around, let's say, 1/4, just to like make it sound as bad as possible. You're losing 1/4 of an upheaval, but you're gaining 1/10 of an upheaval. If there's then also a 5%, like if you have 2 or 3, if you have 3 5% buffs, You have 3 5% buffs. Then you would actually, because of how they stack multiplicatively, you would be doing 27% more damage if you include Storm's Eye, which means you would get more than a fourth of an upheaval by delaying it until raid buffs are up. So you're basically gaining damage by delaying upheaval, and if you simply use upheaval on cooldown for the rest of the fight, then 2 minutes later you will have raid buffs and then use upheaval, because upheaval you will get 4 of them in a 2-minute time frame. So you're sacrificing a fourth of an upheaval on average to gain 25% damage. Well, around 15, because if you assume Storm's Eye is always active, around 15 or 16% damage on every 4th upheaval for the rest of the fight, including the first one. So over time, this accumulates rather than it being a benefit at the very start. Like, it usually pays itself back over time that you're delaying these things. This also only really matters if everyone else are playing ball. So if you're still playing through the MSQ, for example, 11, and I do believe you are, then it doesn't. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to use your raid buff at exactly the optimal time. There's even a reasonable chance that no one's expecting it. No one's playing around it. For example, if Ymir is doing, as I say, early tools, I'm guessing that their opener is something like this, with reassemble somewhere. This is a guess. And this is not meant to be mean. It's just that is a pretty classic one when you don't expect any coordination. And if you use your raid buff after the 3rd GCD, then Ymir is going to do 1, 2, 3. Well, Ymir says no, they don't in that case. Let's say I did it. I'll shoot myself in the foot. And say I did it. If I went tool 1, 2, and 3, then your raid buffs would come out right after Chainsaw. So it would actually be perfectly bad if you did that. Ymir says I use Anchor, Drill, 1, 2, 3, Saw. Oh, right. Yeah, that would be the early tools one that I have demonstrated. Thank you for elaborating, Ymir. Yeah, if you have a machinist that just goes with their tools, which, by the way, is very common because it's the intuitive thing to do. The machinist optimized openers are not very intuitive because you're choosing to delay good cooldowns for them to land in raid buffs. But if you're assuming that raid buffs are not coming, then it might be better to just shove everything out there, which means that there's not really a good way to plan without communication. 11 says, so it's like the difference between 8 musicians playing well by themselves versus them playing on the same tempo. Exactly. And most casual content is them all playing by themselves in the same room. So you can imagine how that turns out if you're trying to be perfect. Let's see, Matthew said, recently got back into the game, had to take a break because of Uni, and your guides have been helping me immensely with getting my rotations done again. I'm glad to hear that, Matthew, if you're still here. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you've been getting an easier time getting back into the game with my guides. Thank you. Go bring one trick attack. And yeah, a clear's a clear. I think Maluxia also said the same thing that I sort of alluded to, that if you're not in a group that is actively trying to do the optimal rotations and stuff, then it might be better to just, you know, do what you think is best in the moment. Ymir says the largest super chat I can send. I mean, you can send, if you can send a super cat, I would like to see that as well. Is 500 euros. Wow. That is a huge one, by the way. That is that is wildly massive. Like, if you want to try and practice the optimal rotations and stuff, the important thing is doing it because you think it's fun, because you want to. Even in Savage raids, you might not need to do your rotation perfectly. There are many ways to go about this, and you might not have to be perfect to beat a Savage raid boss. Depends on the situation. And if you'd have to, you would probably communicate a bit more with your team as well. So, like, if you think it's fun to optimize and play, like, the optimal rotations, many of the rotations that I suggest in my guides, for example, then go for it. But I think I've said this before, I've specifically said it in relation to Astrologians and card bursts. If it isn't fun to play that way, then, you know, try your best. There's, of course, a difference between playing suboptimally because you don't want to follow a very specific strategy and everything, and playing terribly because you're like, well, I'm not a machinist, I'm a gunner, I refuse to use Automaton Queen. Don't do that, by the way. Don't do that. Zav says, I find it hard to play jobs that don't have raid buffs like Machinist, Samurai, and Black Mage because I lose track of time. My suggestion there, Zav, is because raid buffs have 2-minute cooldowns anyway, you can, on these 3 jobs, to some degree, track the time in different ways. For example, Samurai, you can keep track of time with Iki Shoten's cooldown and Hisatsenye's cooldown. Because they both have 2-minute cooldowns, if you just keep track of them, you can do it. The thing is that Samurai has this filler stuff and all that. They also want to have a decent odd-minute burst and all these things, so it gets a little complicated elsewhere. Black Mage, you just keep track of ley lines. Ley lines is when raid buffs come up, approximately. For Machinist, it's around Barrel Stabilizer, like a few GCDs after Barrel Stabilizer, if I remember correctly. Your alternative to that is your reopener, if you're doing delayed tools, I believe, is after 3 air anchors. So every 3rd air anchor. So you have your opener air anchor, and then 3 air anchors later is the 2-minute burst. Like, that's one way to keep track of it. And the reason why I'm not saying Chainsaw is because Chainsaw usually comes up in the middle of the burst, and Machinist has this sort of, like, lead up to the burst, in a way, with Air Anchor. So it might be helpful to be like, okay, Air Anchor, 1, 2, go! Rather than just going, oh, no, I had to already be started on Wildfire and stuff, and it, like, sneaks up on you. But yeah, there are ways you can track the raid buffs by tracking a cooldown you're supposed to be using with them. I'm not saying that it makes it easier, but maybe it helps you. Zach says, I forgot to use raid potions while in a raid. Is that bad? So I'm guessing you mean tinctures. So those are, I usually call them burst potions, or so-called tinctures. And unless, so if you were on track to get a clear, then maybe it was a little bit rude to not use a potion. But unless the group specifically asked you to, then I guess it isn't like a requirement. It's not a requirement. If you're proccing the boss and you haven't seen Enrage yet, and there is no DPS check that is barring your way, then I think it would be a waste of money to, like, use tinctures while you're still failing on a mechanic somewhere. So, like, it requires some context whether it was bad or not, Zach. But I think for the most part, you're probably fine. The summoner playing the triangle. Othala says, what is in your mug? As Gazel said, it is lemon tea. A lot of lemon tea. There is more than half a liter in this. There can be, at least, and there is. Or there was. Not anymore. I drank some of it. I just spam Blizzard 1 whenever I play Black Mage. Please don't do that. Gazel says, even Summoner could have different openers. Indeed. The interesting one with Summoner is that their opener is generally dictated by what happens after Summon Bahamut, or rather, after Bahamut leaves. And there's of course technically a very small significance depending on, because Searing Light lasts the amount of time it does. So the actual significance is, what are you summoning first and what are you summoning second? Because the very start of what you're summoning second might benefit from Searing Light. But there's only two relevant options here, because technically that means that your options are Ifrit into Titan, Ifrit into Garuda, Titan into Ifrit, Titan into Garuda, and Garuda into Ifrit, and Garuda into Titan. But the only relevant combinations for maximum damage is Titan into Garuda and Garuda into Titan. So you can see 4 of the options just go poof, because everything that involves Ifrit is unfortunately bad. And that's not because Ifrit is specifically... It is because Ifrit is bad. It's specifically because Ifrit just can't keep up. For some reason, the package that Ifrit got at level 86 kinda sucks compared to what the Titan and Garuda got. So that's the reason. That is ultimately the reason. I have a... I believe it's Mythbusters episode 4, where I go through an extremely long explanation and calculations to conclude that nearly every time Titan first is better. And there's extremely niche, ultra niche situations where Garuda first is better, but they're super specific, which means that the only time where you really need to consider Garuda first is if you're actually trying to pass. Maluxia says playing well and playing optimally are two different things. Yeah, sometimes. Usually one is a subset of the other, I suppose. World's worst machinist cosplaying as a Gallian commander and just using their 1, 2, 3. They weren't cosplaying as a Gallian commander, but I have seen this. Skill speed machinist is fun. How would you get that much skill speed? Arthur says your rotation doesn't always go your way in fights. You can easily mess up your cooldown due to downtime or a boss becoming untargetable for a mechanic, and that is absolutely true. And the easiest way, one of the most logical ways to practice dealing with this, just naturally, is if you're trying to use everything optimally and on cooldown in a dungeon, then every time there's nothing to attack is technically a time where the boss is untargetable. And then the question becomes, how do you deal with that? What do you do in that situation? And the answer is, of course, you can't do anything. See. Kai has blood in his tea vessels. Thank you, Maluxia. Tincture of smooth voice. Burst potion! Yeah, Zach says, reason I ask is because as a warrior tank or a Dark Knight tank, I never used them, but I want to learn when or what is the best time to use them. In my job guides, the level 51 to 90 versions of the warrior and Dark Knight ones, and you know, level 51 to 90, 61 to 90, 71 to 90 guides, all of them. When I demonstrate the opener, that is an example of an opener you can use in endgame. Often they'll match with what the balance is demonstrating, unless the balance has changed what they suggest since my guide. But the thing is that usually these optimal openers are within like 1% of each other, or a few percent. If something massive, if some major change has happened, it's because they made some discovery, but usually the original optimal rotation was pretty good, so the power difference is extremely small, so you don't have to go and search the entire world to find the best opener. I'm pretty sure that Warrior has not received any, like, their opener has like basically been the same all expansion, with some specific fights calling for some really, really janky openers if you want to be optimal. Dark Knight, I believe somewhat recently, they changed the opener they suggest, but my opener from my guide should still be basically within like 1% of it. So you can do that. And the reason why I say this is because in my opener guide, like in the part where I talk about the opener, there is a point where I say if you intend to use a tincture, a so-called burst potion, this is the time to use that. That is the moment where you click tincture. Like, that is exactly when you go, okay, hard slash, and then I think that's when you use, I think that's it? Isn't it? Or is that after Siphon Strike? I can't remember if it's after hard slash or Siphon Strike for Dark Knight. But I say exactly when you should use the tincture as an option. And the reason why I say use it then is because if you see the actual sequence on screen when I say this, there's usually nothing else between the two GCDs. So it'll be like heavy swing, maim, Storm's Eye, and then brah, with a ton of OGCDs. But the reason why this is important is because using a tincture takes longer than a double weave. Like, it actually takes more time to use the tincture than doing a double weave. So you need to use it in a time frame where there's nothing between two GCDs. Exactly, BSR. The new recommendation is to pre-pull tincture. I think I remember we sat down and like did some calculations on this recently and came to the conclusion that the power difference is extremely small. Like, it's incredibly small. Tincture's animation lock? I mean, animation lock, yes, in the same way that there's so many other actions do. Matthew says to use more than one tincture in a fight? Yes. Usually, you will use a tincture in the opener, and then because they have a cooldown of 4.5 minutes, it is pretty common to use tinctures again in the 2-minute burst that happens 6 minutes into a fight. Usually. If there is some particular reason to not do that, they might do it in 8 minutes. Brontom says animation lock similar to like gap closes, I'm assuming. No. What I talk about when I say animation locking is that animation locks in Final Fantasy XIV, usually when we talk about it, is, and you will see this in many of my guides, is that it locks you out of using attacks or actions. You can move, but you can't use any actions while you're animation locked, so to speak. Gap closers, of course, have a more strict kind of animation lock where it like grabs your character and shoves it somewhere and says you can't do anything while that's happening. But it's like a different kind of animation lock, I suppose. It's like your upper body is locked in animation, but your lower body is not, even though you're a monk and you're doing dragon kick or something. Fright Guy says, I thought raid potion animation lock was removed. I have been able to use tincture right into Bahamut with no animation lock. That's because Bahamut is a GCD. That's because Bahamut is a GCD. I'm glad to hear that, Rooney, and welcome to Eorzea. And actually, welcome to the end of it, to the end game. Hope you're doing very well, and thank you. Let's see, how can I demonstrate this? Let's grab this one. So I will use, so first I'll demonstrate, I'll use Heavy Swing Upheaval Onslaught, because that's a double weave that you could feasibly do. Maim on time. Tincture's worth practice in casual play? Not really. If you want to, you can, but it sounds like a really, really expensive investment, doesn't it? I don't recommend doing it. I recommend mainly doing it in Savage content. I think some players might even feel that you're tryharding a bit if you're using tinctures in casual content. Not that there's a problem with that, but it's more to say you don't have to. No one's expecting you to. So now I'll do it again, but I'll use Heavy Swing Tincture Upheaval Onslaught to demonstrate that it is not possible. And you could see the blinking of upheaval suggested that I was spamming it. Like I was actually spamming it, and it just didn't happen. So no. You still have an animation lock when you're drinking the potions. This also applies for healing potions, by the way. But this is more relevant when you're doing like weird janky stuff like soloing content. That's exactly it, Giraheen. As I said, tinctures have an animation lock of more than a double weave. Levin says tinctures and casual is counted as doping. Hey, you're cheating over there. Don't eat that salad. You're getting free stats. That's unfair. Take those materia out of your gear. We're all equal here. Zav says the high quality ones, tinctures, have a 4.5 minute cooldown. The normal ones have a 5-minute cooldown, but most people use high quality anyway. See, the thing is, if you're using tinctures, you're usually using tinctures because you need every single point of damage you can get. So you wouldn't want to use less than high quality when you're trying to push it. There's also the part that you usually want to use tinctures during a burst. So you would want to use them like 6 minutes in. So actually the 4.5 minute cooldown is usually completely irrelevant. Wish I was so rich that I could justify potting in Sastasha. Now that's when you know you really have money. Ajibasa says, if you're pugging, you can just pot on cooldown unless the boss will be invulnerable during the pot window. No need to worry about holding for buffs. That's true, but most jobs have bursts themselves, even if they don't have, like, damage buffs. They still have this, this thing where they want to use their, like, they have a burst every 2 minutes. Like, even if they don't have any damage boosts, they still have, like a massive peak in damage, like a spike up every 2 minutes. So you probably still would feel incentivized to use the tincture at that time and not 5 minutes in. Wildfire is a good example. The thing with materia is that, and this is something that the game is extremely bad at explaining, one of the weirdest interactions in the game is the way syncing works. Is that materia stops working when gear gets synced down. So if you're still playing through the MSQ and any of your gear is higher item level than what is allowed in the particular content you're entering, then it doesn't matter whether you have materia in it. If you're fighting upwards, like you're under-geared for content, then your materia will work. But you're already playing an uphill fight then. If you're getting synced down, then all of your materia stops working. One of the easiest ways to observe this is, for example, if you have like a high amount of spell speed or skill speed in your equipment. I don't actually have that much on this set, but I mean, what happens when you queue into content is that as you get synced down, you lose all that spell speed. The thing is that the reason why we often don't notice this is because syncing down is heckin' weird, Lamau. What I mean by that, I think I've actually gone over this in a tea time before, but it is like a really, really obscure detail. If you've seen the best in slots for ultimates, as Maluxia is also saying, sometimes in old content, they'll be like, oh yeah, the best in slot for this particular gear slot is an item from that expansion. And you're sitting there like, so I'm using level 90 and 70 gear. And the reason is that the materia in the level 70 piece is going to be worth more than the built-in stats of the level 90 gear. And now, that might sound very convoluted already. So let me try and explain it like this. Do I have something that would be good for demonstrating this? That works. I'll use this. Tanking gloves. Right. So when you queue into why are these item levels so weird? Why you have to be like that? Game, you're not making this easy for me, you know that? You're not helping. 340? Nope. How about you? Still 310. How about you? 290. Do we have 290? Nope. Ah, 420. Do we have 420? we don't, apparently. It's just not possible. I think 570 can work, because I know where we can find some 570 gear. You'll never find a good example. I will. Coming up. I'm pretty sure I will. Right, the 570 was moved to the Hunt vendor, I believe. Around the world. The rest of the tea time is us watching, finding an example. Right, so, example time. If you queue into dead ends, not going to get too specific with that, it's a heavy spoiler dungeon as we know, then if your item level on your gear, individual pieces, if a piece has an item level greater than 570, there will be clips today, Ymir. We'll get to that after this. 570, then your gear piece will get scaled down to be competitive with this. So if I am wearing this augmented Diadocus half gloves of fending, then you can see I have 126 crit, 180 tenacity, 260 vitality, and 235 strength. But it has to scale down to this, which is 152 strength, 155 vitality, and maximum 150 on secondary stats. So tenacity or determination or whatever. What that means is what you can see with when you try to meld an item. When you try to meld it, you can see these available materia enhancements. This is the maximum allowed amount of stats on the gear, and this is actually dictated by the item level of the piece more so than anything else. So when the gear piece is scaled down because you're synced, it reduces the item level of the piece, which indirectly reduces these like the caps on these numbers. Which means that you just don't get them. You know what happens if you try to put a materia in a gear piece when there's into space for it. If I put 36 tenacity materia into these gloves, it would gain 0 because it's already capped. So what would happen is if I went into dead ends with these gloves on, is that the 235 strength would turn into 152 strength, because that's the new cap. The 260 vitality will drop to 155 vitality. The 180 tenacity will drop to 150 tenacity. And the 126 crit will actually stay as 126 crit because it's below the cap. But if we had gone into like a Stormblood dungeon and we would have like lost way more item levels, then we would instead have whatever is, like, we would only get however many stats are allowed to be had on the item. So the reason why we usually don't notice that the materia are ineffective is because often we put 2 materia of the lower stat on the piece, right? So we would have gone crit. Well, we wouldn't have done crit on gloves. We've got like crit direct hit in this case. But that's usually the reason we don't notice, is because you lose the materia, but you still have way more crit on those gloves than you would have had if you had like appropriate itemable equipment in the dungeon. Because you get all the secondary stats on like maxed out potentially, and that is usually the reason why some pieces are preferred to be like expansion appropriate, like item level appropriate, because the item level is actually like the overcapping stats, so to speak, are more than 2 materias worth. This is not the case for gloves, hats, and boots usually, just as an example. AJ Mom says, this may have been asked. First question, just hit 90. Is there a guide on what you should do, like what to unlock and what you should avoid unlocking? You can unlock all you want. However, if you're interested in gearing, I have a guide on how to gear up to endgame, and if I'm pretty sure that I keep it very scarce on like actual combat footage to avoid to not have too many spoilers. But if you've just hit level 90, I still want to remind you that you should still finish your MSQ. It still unlocks more stuff. Like that one, like unless this says to be continued, you're not done. Changing data centers in search of the right example. Just traveling around the entire world to find one gear piece that works. If I remember correctly, last time I used like an A Realm Reborn example. And I think it took me like a week to sell back the item. Actually, I think 2 weeks. Yeah, right. Clip time, I think. Let me just see here. Is Yizu still here? Do we have a Yizu? Because I have 2, I believe, short clips from Yizu that has been hanging out for a bit. So we could start with those if Yizu's still here. Maybe not. Right. Viek, are you still here? I'm pretty sure Viek was here earlier. I think Viek was here for a while, actually. Yeah, I did too, Ymir. I did see both Yisu and Viech. Maybe Yisu's in the middle of a poll. Well, in that case, we can start with, I believe we have an attempt on E2S, which is from just last expansion. That is E2S from Eden's Gate Descent Savage. But did they just move the camera? Oh boy, the hard version. What if we zoom the camera out? Viech attempted to solo E2S. I'm not sure what became the barrier to do so, but my initial guess is a DPS check. Oh, that's a little bit loud. A little low. I think this should work. Right, so Viech does this as Paladin. If there's any particular times in the attempt you think is worth highlighting, Viech, I would love to know. Otherwise, we'll just have to go through all this. It's been a while since I don't think I've actually ever done this on Savage, so I'm not sure what to look for. A stack marker that does only 60k with Rampart. So far, this looks very similar to normal. Nothing in particular comes to mind. Fair enough. Yeah, and in that case, while we watch this play out a little bit, I believe Maluxia asked about the clips. On the Discord community server, there's a link in the description, but I'll also put a link. There is a link if you scroll up far enough. There is a clips review channel in the server where you can post the clips if you would like me to review them. I try my best to only review them when the people are in the chat, so they don't miss out on their own review or their own view, you could say. Also, I just want to rewind something real quick. Is there a particular reason why you didn't soak any of these? Because it looks like you got 8 stacks of a debuff. Couldn't you have avoided at least one of them if you just soaked one? That's a little weird. Unless it would have killed you. No reason. Well then. Ah yes, the glare mechanic for everyone else around you when there's no one else around you. Wait. Ah yes, the classic set to 1 HP, always fun. What? This is not the time for hunting logs, man. There's the jump scare hunting log. Oh. Damage downs. That's not good. So let's see. The total duration of the attempt is 10.5 minutes. I'm guessing, just without knowing, that the hardened rage is like 10 minutes or so. And if that's true, then you're behind. Checking if the Savage raid boss is part of any hunting logs. What's my marks for this day? Well, you're not on the list. Let's have at you anyway. Savage and hunting log at the same time. The new modern hunting log these days is the Morpendium, as we all know. Imagine if the hunting log had savage content on them. Yeah, that would be an interesting barrier to being able to buy a house, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, you need to have a certain rank in your grand company to buy a house. Oh, but you need to clear like a savage boss to rank up to that. Why? Because your commander says so. Oh boy. Around 13% progress in around 2 minutes. I don't know how bad these damage downs are. Yeah, the fact that owning a house is barred behind Grand Company progress is usually only something that comes up when someone is like, oh, there's new wards coming up, well, I want to buy a house, and they're a relatively new player, and then get told, oh, you need to be at a certain Grand Company level, and they're like, the Grand what? I thought that was ARR stuff. I'm in Stormblood now. Surely that can't be important. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh dear. See, this is the kind of stuff that that I also look at when you may have heard when I'm doing these solo challenge streams that when I start to run low on time, like when the timer starts to get a little close, I start to go like, well, how many minutes have I been fighting this? This doesn't actually have a classic Hardened Rage, it just does damage ups and spams a few raid-wise and damages up again. That's interesting. That is quite interesting. I think I kind of like that, because it means that if you that actually means that having really solid defensive play is rewarded in a way. VX says it has a Hardened Rage. Well, I guess we'll see very soon. See, an interesting thing to consider with these things is also that, and this is also something that I've demonstrated before, like when we were trying to solo Don Meg, and the boss just killed me with like 25% HP left, when you're like, okay, so I would have to do like 33% more damage to even have a chance of doing this. That's not happening, like just out of trying harder. That's not how you do that. So like if we see the Hardened Rage at 50%, and this is probably not happening. Also, the boss has a single stack of a damage boost. I do feel like the boss is cycling the same attacks repeatedly right now. Also, that's not what Caetsu looks like. That's not what that looks like. Oh, second stack. It is getting more powerful. And then doing another loop. Donut AoE. Summon thingies. Cleave. Summon another thingy. More thingies. A little bit of a slap. And a slap. And a slap and a stab. And now Caetsu, which is not quite... It looks more like Delirium to me, honestly. Boom. Third stack. Fourth stack. Fifth stack. Sixth. Oh no, wait, that one is longer. That would look like a Hardened Rage. Pretty sure that's the hard one. Blap. All the 9s. How much HP did they have? Whoops. Around 40%. Yeah. I don't think that's happening. You'd need to do over 50% more damage to make that. I don't think it would have been enough to just not get damage downs. Also, how they're freestyling their Dark Knight rotation to an even higher level of improvisation. Look, this is Delirium. I call it Quietus. It gives me a damage buff. Dark Knights be like, can I have that? Can I do that? Zav says, I feel like a synced group would never survive the damage ups long enough to see that. Hard to say. I remember back when I was progging E5S, so that's Fulmination, on tier, like when it was new, or when it like near later parts of the raid tier, granted, but it was still the current raid tier. If I remember correctly, the finale of the fight is Ramuh casting like a raid-wide attack and a raid-wide attack, and I think like one more raid-wide attack, and then he does like a 20-second cast time raid-wide attack, and that's when you know time is up, because when that goes through, dead. And there's nothing you can do about it. And the thing is, those massive AoEs are perfectly survivable. Like, you can absolutely survive those. So the hardened rage at the end is the one you're playing around. The interesting thing is that because he isn't doing very much, like he's basically just standing there taking it while just cleaving everyone, if your healers can deal with it, then that is actually an excellent time to burst, because the boss isn't doing anything. Like, really. But yeah, that is exactly like Eviek. I did the same thing with when we were in Don Meg. I think I tried 2 or 3 times against the second boss. So in Don Meg, that is of course this dungeon. The second boss, the one with the fodder, you know, have to stand in a beam to become big brain and big body. And the boss kills you if it becomes too big. The thing is, it keeps doing that mechanic forever, so you can only, if you're alone, it only summons 2 things instead of instead of 5 things. So it summons 1 fodder for each person in the arena, or each entity in the arena, so there's you and the boss. But because the boss keeps getting them, it will eventually reach that breaking point where it one-shots you. It is perfectly possible to survive until that point, but when it is reached maximum size, its auto attacks basically one-shot you. There's nothing you can do. And it does so way too soon. That is ironic, considering that somewhat more recently, we did Anamnesis and Ida, where we had the situation where it summons ads, which made the fight nearly impossible to do. Or actually impossible to do. Like, if the boss kept doing that, it wouldn't be survivable. But for some reason, the boss only does it twice, which made it very easy once you overcome that initial bit. If the boss in Don Meg only summoned fodder twice, then it would be perfectly doable solo. So isn't that something? Archibald says, I dream of Kai ASMR every night. Thank you. I think. I hope. Right. So I don't see Yisu being back yet. So maybe Yisu will be back a bit later. A little bit unfortunate, because their clips are very short. So in hindsight, I should have just immediately, whoa, bam, brought those up when I saw Yisu was there. Just sniped, you're here now. Yeah, maybe later. With that said, from the people in the chat, we see there's Gassel and Ymir. And both of these are hilarious because I'm in the party in both of them. So I think I'm also healing in both of them. Yep, there I am. Frogmeyer says, I've never done properly hard raiding except for getting a friend through the Omega storyline and some of Alexander, but I'm excited to try harder content one day. Savage is is interesting. In my personal opinion, the best part is the friends you bring along, and I know that sounds like a meme, but I genuinely mean that it's a lot more fun with friends, which means that it can be really hard to get into if you don't have a friend group that wants to savage raid. The French you bring along. Actually, I bring French along quite regularly, so kind of. Actually, yeah, we have a French along the along the way here. Baguette.png. Right, so this is Gazel. I'm pretty sure the quality looks a bit better now once the... Yep, it looks a little bit better there. And you can also just see the outline of a conversation we had earlier. That's fine. It's just friends. Or a friend group that doesn't want to play Final Fantasy XIV at all. Yeah, know that feeling. You just have to make a new friend group. Just get a new one in the game. Right, Gazel is playing Dark Knight, and I'm playing Healer in this group. Did you change your mug? No, my mug is empty. So I'm just using a cup of flavored water. Right, this is with no sound. That's fine. It makes it easier to... It makes it a little less crazy when I speed it up sometimes. So, this is, of course, Aetherfont. Gazel is tanking as Dark Knight. Gazel asked for general advice and suggestions. You can see I'm healing in the... Actually, I just realized, I think this was a go where it was try-harding pretty hard on my end. So you might... see some ridiculously silly stuff from me in this footage. I don't know why I was, but I felt like really giving it 110%. But yeah, let's see what happens. So I'll probably be focusing a little bit on defensive cooldowns, and once we've gone over that, if there's anything to talk about, then I'll probably like go on to like some of the like to just more general stuff. Maybe there's something with damage cooldowns not being used. It's typically some of the things that I go for. Something that I just wanted to give a tip real quick, Gazel. You do whatever you like with your UI. I would just like to mention that you can change the big orb UI element that shows that duration on dark side and the dark arts buff or charge to this, which is exactly the orb. You can change that to just this bar, which only shows just barely what you need to see. So if you feel like the orb is a little hard to make fit in your UI, you can do that. It's just I see it looks a little cramped over here. I just wanted to mention that. So I'll just mention some of the quote-unquote crazy things that I did. Is that normally when I'm running with friends for certain, I don't bother using crosses for your crazy diagnosis on the bull. I usually don't bother with that. Very nice ranged pull, so you didn't have to stop at all. That is also very nice. This is a problem that I think Gazel has mentioned a few times, that it can be difficult to actually find time to use offensive cooldowns, but using Blood Weapon and Delirium as you run up kinda removes part of that problem. And then you of course have, as you said, a triple weave there. Not much you can do about that. I will say on the one hand that the reason why that is observed as a triple weave is of course because you used Unmend there. And maybe you wanted to use Unleash here, but then on the other hand you already have Blood Weapon. You don't really want to lose out on that MP. But I think it's mostly fine. Personally, part of the way that I normally find the time to weave all of the things that I need to weave is I don't necessarily use Blood Weapon and Delirium as I'm running up, but I will usually use a 1-2 AoE combo, so a Stalwart Soul combo, as we start the fight, so that I have some blood gauge. It also is similar in the way that we talked about earlier with the Dark Knight opener, that it takes a while to generate the blood gauge you need for Living Shadow, and because Stalwart Soul itself gives 20, it sort of means you can get it out on the 4th GCD? 3rd GCD? I think 3rd GCD, yeah. But let's see, we have TBN running. Oh yeah! Is this Noma? I'm pretty sure that's Noma, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's Noma. I'm looking it up. Yep. So, I just wanted to highlight that really quickly, because this is like really janky behavior from the healer, who's me. I just want to highlight that, and then we go back to Gazel. Neuma is technically a DPS gain to use on AoE. Technically, it is a DPS gain to use on AoE. It's an extremely small DPS gain. Like 33 potency per target. Something like that. Compared to Toxicon. Toxicon is similarly like an extremely small DPS gain over Dyscrasia, so much so that actually it's a smaller DPS gain per target present because of how it scales. But the reason why you might want to use Noma in such a situation is if you don't need the burst healing from Noma, then it is technically a DPS gain. And as you can imagine, I had a pretty good idea that I wouldn't need to use my Noma to save Gazel. So I just sent it out there. So we have Gazel, who has like 30,000 buffs. We have Arm's Length and Rampart. That is a really good start. Let me just rewind to see. We have TBN. TBN ends. There's a few seconds there where there isn't anything. Personally, I would probably have used Rampart or Shadow Wall on top of TBN, because TBN is probably going to break just the same anyway. But in this particular case, I don't think you had any problems, because I was already trying to, like, I was standing there as a healer trying to push out 5 things or something. So it didn't really, like, it didn't really matter. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is that TBN is ready right now. You overcap on MP. Dark Arts is available. You're like right now you want to weave TBN, Flood of Shadows twice, or at least once, at the same time. Abyssal Drain has not been used. On the other hand, some Dark Knights prefer to save that one for a little bit because of the healing, but that's probably not happening with this group. Salt and Darkness is available. I'm pretty sure I just saw that you use Salt and Darkness. The key thing here that I would like to highlight is I would, if it was me, I would use TBN now, like a second ago, honestly, but I would have used that. Then you wouldn't have overcapped on MP, and you would perfectly fine been able to double weave Flood of Shadows with it. With that said, other than that, you're fine. You're at full HP, basically. I'm about to use another cooldown, possibly, or maybe I'm not, because you're fine. And then you did spend your dark arts. And then you used Salt and Darkness. You're still at full MP, so we're still in a little bit of trouble here. And there you lost out on an additional 600 MP. And you used Plunge. It's fine. And like that's also something you wanted to use. The key problem, if we focus on that, the key problem in this particular pull is that I think you lost out on at least 1500 MP, potentially more, because of overcapping. The second thing is Abyssal Drain should probably have been used way sooner. Like, you got it out so late that it hit like one thing. The idea of saving Abyssal Drain to use it defensively is very understandable though, so I get why you would do that. I would recommend using TBN more aggressively. You didn't have to. The only difference there is that you would have done more work and I would have done less work. You could also have used Oblation. So I'm saying a lot of things you should have done. So maybe an interesting question is, how many weaves did you not do? Like, how many times throughout the fight were you weaving nothing when you could have weaved something? Because I can talk like all day about the things that you should have been doing, but a more interesting question is, how much of that is actually possible, right? So let's just take it from the start again. Around here, I think is fine. So GCD 1. GCD 1. You weave Flood of Shadows in a late weave. So you could have weaved two things there. Like, so here's the thing. I know Garcel has a little bit of a... I'm pretty sure they have a little bit of a latency thing. But if I assume that you can double weave... I'm just going to assume that you can double weave. By the way, welcome back, Traverse. Then you missed... You could have done one thing here. Did I miss that you weaved something else? I'm pretty sure you just did Flood. And then you do... Stalwart Soul. Fail to use Living Shadow because it's not, you don't have the blood gauge yet. So nothing was weaved there. Then you do Unleash again. Rampart. And Arm's Length. Just in time. You didn't clip the GCD as far as I could see. Then you do Living Shadow. And Salted Earth. But that one came out a little bit late. Then you do Quietus. Into Shadowbringer once. Another Quietus. Into Shadowbringer once. And a too late Flood of Shadow, it looks like. But that's fine. And then Unleash. Into Salt and Darkness. And then Stalwart Soul. Into Plunge. Into Quietus. Into Plunge. And Flood of Darkness. Unleash. Into Abyssal Drain. Like... I'm just listing the OGCDs here, but the thing is, there was a bunch of times here where you could have weaved one or two things. So you like that. I do think that most of the things that I suggested you could use, you could have found a space for. But I will also say that I don't think you would have gotten to the end of the list in this fight because the mobs died rather quickly. So now we've gone over that. Dark Knight is extremely intense when you're trying to use everything. I'm sure that makes perfectly good sense as based on what you just saw. You basically had to double weave every single GCD to actually get through all the things that I said you should do. Garcel says, all the shiny buttons felt a bit overwhelming while trying to position the trash. Understandable. This is also why sometimes it can be helpful to have like a priority. What is most important? What is most important is, for example, the first charge of Shadowbringer is a lot higher priority than the second charge of Shadowbringer. I'm pretty sure I talk about this in my Dark Knight guide at max level, that there's like a whole list, and the first charge of Shadowbringer is a lot higher priority than the second one, and the reason for that is that by using the first charge, you put the thing on cooldown, of course. That is the same reason as to why Edge and Flood of Shadow like just skyrocket to the top of the priority list when you have full MP, because every time you generate MP, it just goes into the ether because you didn't have space for it. It's basically the same as having like an offensive cooldown ready. Is every second that passes, you're generating 1 second of Shadowbringer, and it just goes because there wasn't space for it. So like getting everything on cooldown is really good. For example, one thing that I think you did really well is that you did use Salted Earth, and you didn't feel compelled to like weave Salt and Darkness immediately, which is fine, because Salt and Darkness, you have like 15 seconds to use it. As long as it gets used, it's the same. Like, it doesn't matter. So that, like, that one was really good, but there was some weaves you could have done. And yeah, I do recognize, as you said, that many of the mistakes there was like you going, oh, I should be using Living Shadow. Wait, I don't have resources for that. Oh, my MP is capped. Oh, I have a Dark Arts. Oh no. It's like that. There was a lot. But that's also why I'm saying you should have done these things a little differently. Reprisal came out at a weird time there, so you clipped your GCD. Now you have Bloodworm and Delirium together, that's fine. Looks like you clipped again, but I think that was latency. Do you get everything used? You have Shadow Wall up. TBN could be used, but you ran out of MP. It's probably fine. The pack is dying. You used Oblation. That's really good. That often sits and does nothing for a lot of players. Shadowbringer was fine. You could use. I would say you could have also saved it for the boss if you preferred, but I think it's actually better to use it now, even though it means you only get 1 for the boss potentially in cooldowns. Hypothetically. Something that I've noticed, and I just wanted to highlight for everyone, is that I've noticed quite often that these two derps, these giant beastly creatures, are so incredibly massive that sometimes if you're trying to AoE while standing between them, you hit none of them. Like, you actually don't hit either of them. So I just wanted to highlight that. Try and keep a watch on that when you all are doing these dungeons the next time. Maybe you're just attacking nothing. Like, you're just standing right next to both of the mobs and hitting none of them. Right, so we have boss fight. Oh. There's a combo break there. You should have used Soul Eater there. That is I'm a little curious what the reason was here, Gazel. So let me just rewind and just say what I see. So first off, don't forget what combo you were doing in the preceding fight. You could also use Provoke earlier to pull the boss in as you run towards it if you wanted to. Like, if it was me, I would probably have used Provoke here instead of Unmend. Or in addition to Unmend, potentially, but I would have used Provoke before I reached the boss. Here you could have used Carve and Spit. Or Edge of Shadow. Or Salted Earth. Like, you could have used an OG. Like, see, this is exactly the problem you were talking about from your perspective, is that as a Dark Knight, right now, you have an OGCD spot. You could use Carve and Spit, Salted Earth, Edge of Shadow, Plunge, Oblation, TB. You probably don't want to use TBN right now, but you could do any of these things. A little bit overwhelming with choice. Too big to hit. And then you use Siphon Strike. You could use an OGCD here. You could use an OGCD here. Soul Eater, you use an OGCD and a raid-wide defensive cooldown. That's really good timing. I'm pretty sure that's what we needed right here. Hard Slash. Carbon spit, nice. Not salted earth. Okay. Now salted earth. And see, the thing is, what happens here is you use salted earth into Soul Eater. Now you do blood weapon delirium. You could also have used plunge earlier, but what you do is you use salt and darkness because you're afraid the boss is going to leave, which is understandable. By the way, that is understandable. But if you had done Salted Earth and Salt and Darkness a little sooner, you wouldn't have ended up in the situation where you had to choose. And now you do both, which is good. You're still sitting on 2 charges of Plunge. So an interesting little conundrum, which we did talk about earlier in this stream, is that some jobs can choose to plan their burst based on when buffs are around. You have Battle Voice right now, so this would be a decent time to use Shadowbringer. And Plunge. There was Shadowbringer there. And this is also a great time to dump some MP with Edge of Shadow and also Plunge. And now, there's no raid buffs. So now you mainly want to, like, if we're talking optimization, that is a key thing I just want to highlight. You don't have to be perfect in a dungeon, but if we're talking optimization, now you're waiting for buffs. So you basically only need to spend extra. Overcapped on MP. This happens. Perfectly normal, but yeah, you do want to use Edge of Shadow soon. Oblation, capped on MP. I'm pretty sure these things will come to you with practice, Gazel, but yeah, you really don't want to sit on full MP for this long. Carbon Spit generates MP. Siphon Strike generates MP, and then you used Edge of Shadow, it looked like. And you have your double cooldowns. Good. They came out on cooldown this time, it looked like. So that's good. You do want... So you used Shadowbringer right there because you had a charge. That's fine. But you could probably have saved it and just waited until there was a damage cooldown. You could use one of you when you're close to 2 charges. Like, that is, again, something you have the freedom to do. And you did also get to spend all of your MP, so that is good. It was just that you sat on full for quite a while. Right. So, second part of the dungeon. Go a little bit faster. You can see here again. From my perspective, on the back end, I use Krasis because I'm a big sweaty tryhard in that particular clip. And I use Noma there. Gazel says, I never had such a big problem with not being able to pay attention to my MP bar. See, the thing is, often we just forget it and just don't notice, and it's a lot easier for me to see in hindsight that, oops, you forgot it there and there and there and there. Zav says, I really hate the huge mobs in Endwalker dungeons. I have a feeling that part of the reason for the mobs being so gigantic in Endwalker is that it's like sort of like a way to make the fights more complicated, because now the gold standard is to megapole everything, so the encounter designers are making the fights harder by making the mobs big. Also, by the way, so I'm not going to spend time being repeatedly like, oops, you forgot that thing again. So now if I see you do something really good, I'll try to focus on that instead. Something that I do think you did really well right here is you did a really good job clumping all the mobs together, which is not very easy when they're this big. I think this was really well done. And you're not capping on MP, TBN is getting used. You could use Oblation, but you don't need it. You're at full HP. You're welcome to do that, Angel, if you'd like me to check that out. So, let me just double check this. This time you didn't have that problem with breaking a combo. That's good. You're sitting at full MP though. Ooh. All the MP going to waste. No. No, the blood weapon MP. No. And then you saw it. No. Oh, you got sniped there. Wait, did you drop Darkside? I think the best part here is that I know your mouse is actually like a little bit off from where it actually is in the recording, but I do think it's quite funny that that your mouse it looks like your mouse goes, oh yeah, Darkside. And then just nothing happens. that is pretty funny. Oh, nice. You found an opportunity for Dark Mind. That is good. That's very nice. Something that I see that you're very good about is making sure to use Blood Weapon and Delirium on cooldown. It's a little harder with using the MP, but as I said, it probably comes with practice. I've done the same. It takes practice, and if you fall out of practice, it might be harder. Also, mega tryhard Kai in the background using Zoe, your creation diagnosis. The 50% bigger shield. You missed Flood? Did you miss? Let me just see. Yeah, so I would do this pull slightly differently. I think I might actually be able to find how I would do it differently. Just let me see. I think it's this one. Oh, look how the tables have turned. So I have talked about this. I think the easiest way to show it is to just... or to explain it is to just show you what I mean. So I just flat out run into them. Unleash, Flood. So unleash, turn, Flood. Like that. And the reason why I do this is because the unleash is extremely likely to miss some of the mobs. But the Flood that follows after is likely to catch the ones that I miss. Not guaranteed, but is likely to. And the key thing here is that there's a very good chance that I'll be in... because I ran in first, I'll be in combat with everything. So if I missed anyone, I can see it on the gem and I can just provoke the one that I missed. You can see as we continue forward here. No problem. So that's like the classic when I'm playing tank, is that if I run into a pack that has a lot of mobs in them, I'll run up and do 2 AoE attacks. With Warrior, that will either be overpower into Orogeny or overpower into me, like awkwardly zigzagging forward to slow myself down without stopping. to indicate to the healers and the DPS that I'm still going, and then I'll use Mithril Tempest. With Paladin, I'll often, you know, do Total Eclipse and Prominence in the exact same way. With Gunbreaker, I'll do, you know, Demon Slice, Demon Slaughter in the same way. With Gunbreaker, sometimes I'll just run in and do Faded Circle because it's that strong. And with Dark Knight, I run in and do Unleash Flood. Traverses, I've heard you never want to face tank and should always pull with ranged or provoke. So the thing is, when you pull with ranged or provoke, is that the mob that you pull will come at you a little quicker than the rest. So it might just mess up the order of the mobs. If there's a mob that is particularly far away, you can grab that one with provoke, for example. But the thing is, ranged and provoke only pulls one mob. So what do you do with the rest of them? Like, what do you do with the rest of them, Traverse? Like, so, see, here's the thing. If you see the start of the footage, and Nyok actually highlighted that Gazel did this really well, the reason why I said Gazel did that really well is because this is how I do the pull of 3 mobs at the start of the dungeon. Unmend, provoke, unmend, and I just run past. But that's because there's 3 mobs. If there's 8 mobs or something, or 6, I think there's 6 mobs in the pull over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. Then you can't ranged all of them. Like, it'll take you like 15 seconds to do that. So you just have to AoE it. And yeah, exactly, Zarv. The reason why I do 2 AoE attacks is because some DPS players are extremely aggressive. Like, for example, summoners will often just go Bahamut right out the gate. And the only way you can deal with that is if you lay it on extra thick for them. And you might still have to provoke their primary target. And that is also perfectly fine, Gazel. The reason why I go this extra step is because I prefer to, like, the reliability of making sure that I really keep the mobs on me. But I also will just continue forward if a DPS pulls aggro from me and I can't grab it. So it's complicated. The reason, Traverse, the reason why you're told to never face tank mobs is because if you stop... Let me just hop out of this. The reason is if you stop and just stay, like, if, like, there's a difference between doing this. Of course, the mobs weren't moving, like, the striking dummies weren't moving, so I couldn't demonstrate it properly, but essentially the way I would do it is, like, do this. And then this, right? To make sure that I'm not too far ahead of them. There's a big difference between doing that and doing this. The reason being, that the difference being, the first one is that you're spending more time in perfect range of all of the mobs, which mean they're also in perfect range of you. So they'll be auto-attacking you 1 or 2 times while you're just standing here. The second problem is you're not indicating that you intend to continue forward. Like, if you're just standing like a lemon like this, then you're indicating to the healer and the DPS that you're not moving. And you're basically setting up camp. This is the pack, I'm done here, and the healer and the DPS might be going, I want to pull more, and then you see them run off in the distance and ninja pull for you. So it is complicated, and in my tips for tanking video, I do have one of those. I'm pretty sure I demonstrate how to pull a pack with 3 to 4 mobs, which I usually do like this. And then, like, of course, I'm running this entire time, and I'll just target the 4th one and tomahawk those as well, right? And I'm packed with more than 4 mobs. You run up AoE while you continue progressing forward to indicate that you're not stopping. The incredibly important part here is that you're basically the body language of your character is, I'm not stopping, I'm just pushing the brakes for a moment so that I can AoE again. I'm going to continue. And you do that by not stopping. And by like zigzagging forward, you're both causing the mobs to have to like readjust their positions so that they clump up more on the way, but they also will have a harder time smacking at you because they have to reposition to you to swing at you. So by being a little bit more on the move, you get hit less. But the primary reason why this never face tank thing is mainly that a huge part of the big AoE pool, a huge part of why it is possible is because while you're rounding up mobs, you're not being actively hit. You're essentially kiting the mobs. Most of them. Some of them will be ranged, and that sucks. But that's pretty much the background for this. I hope that makes sense, Travis. Aluxia says, or you have a white mage and they stun everything by the time you will want to keep running. Exactly. And the thing is, if the white mage stuns everything, then you're in a really awkward spot because you have to choose between just staying or adjusting because the white mage clearly wanted to stop. Hey, Watch Owl, I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to have you. Right, so let's continue. Gazel said, I missed Flood here. Whoops. So the question is, what do you mean by that? I guess. So you pull that one with Unmend. What that means is that now you might have a harder time getting Unleash out on time, but because you did use Unmend from a pretty good distance away, it looks like you'll be fine. Although the mobs just barely seem to almost get past you. I don't know if you hit all of them. You say you missed Flood. See, you do Unleash, and then you try to use Flood, but you're out of range. I think what I normally do is I don't run so far that I can't use Flood. But in your case, you were also further forward in relation to the mobs before you could use Unleash. So there's like a mix of things here, right? Like, if you had not used Unmend, you could have used Unleash sooner, which meant you could have used Flood sooner. So it's like a bunch of things that like clump together. You could also have switched target. That could have worked. I'm not entirely sure which one of them are you targeting, but you have to remember that the max range of Flood is also the max of its line. So if I'm using Flood, so this is max range, right? If I'm using Flood here, I'm only hitting that one. So if you're out of range of some of them, then you're not hitting them with your Flood. It's still better than not using it, but it's more to say that maybe you wanted to like stick around. I'm not saying that I don't think you made a massive mistake. All of the mobs are on you. So that, like, you succeeded, right? You succeeded in that regard. So like nothing, no problem there. You're not capping on MP either, so that's also fine. There's of course the possibility that you're in a group of Zip and Ardell who both are not the kind of players to go mega burst on the pack while pulling. Either because they don't prefer to do it like that, or maybe they know that, oh, it's better to just stockpile my damage cooldowns and everything for when the pack is clumped up. And you know that, and they probably know that, and because we all know that, you can more confidently not go too hard on that, and that was a very nice 3-mob pull. Very nice with the ranged. Hey Lizero, we are watching a clip from Gazel, who wanted some tips on how to tank with Dark Knight. My health bar is also your health bar. And see, I just want to highlight, you can, it might be hard to see for you. But Gazel announced right now that they will be using Living Dead. So I know this. I know that Gas was going to use Living Dead. So I'm going to play around that. You can see that I do not care. I'm going to put a shield on you anyway, because that just means you'll have longer before you'll have to click Living Dead. And we continue forward. And I'm here. You can the big green arrow, you can see that's me. I'm just attacking right now. I'm just going attack. Gazel says I couldn't get all the mobs into the line LB. That is perfectly normal. Most of the mobs are already in here. The problem is that the mobs are really, really big. Like incredibly big. So that's the main issue here. As we talked about earlier, the mobs are really thick in this dungeon. I'm still just attacking. Like I just have Cardia. Let's see when you need my help. Gazel uses Living Dead. I do nothing. Living Dead pops. Now it's Walking Dead. Gazel heals fully. Now it's Undead Rebirth, which is equivalent to Holmgang. And Gazel does not have any way to heal themselves up if they drop down to 1 HP anymore as a Dark Knight. So as far as I'm concerned as a Sage, and I'm really highlighting this because we've talked about this before. But at this point, I'm basically viewing Undead Rebirth as nothing. It might as well not be there. Because if I let Gazel drop to 1 HP, Gazel is going to die. Because Gazel isn't going to heal up from that. That's on me. So what do? Oh, look, there's Kerholi and Panheimer. That's what I normally do when a poll starts. I just go, well, your gambit is over, so I'll do my thing now. Naturally, Panheimer seemed to be incredibly overkill in this particular situation, but it's more the principle, right? That as a healer, my recommendation to how you should deal with a Dark Knight's Living Dead is if they say, I'm going to use Living Dead, then don't do any more than like the bare minimum. If it doesn't cost you anything, you can do it. Like, for example, there's no reason for me to move Cardia off the Dark Knight. That just means Living Dead comes out sooner, and there's no need for that. Like, that's unnecessary. But if the healing is free, just continue doing it. If it's completely free. But beyond that, just let the Dark Knight figure it out. When they die with Living Dead, don't do anything. When they fully heal from the Walking Dead, so that it turns into the red raise icon, now you act. Like, that's the moment that it's you again. Like, it's basically, you just hand the mic to the Dark Knight and just let them go. You're just backup dancing, right? It's their turn to go. And when Undead Rebirth starts, you take it back. Now you're the healer again. Now it's your problem. Because the Dark Knight can't heal themselves up again after that. Like, they don't have anything after that. Unless they have saved Abyssal Drain for that specific situation. But that sounds incredibly dangerous. And unnecessary. How many hits do Dark Knights need to heal to full? I think it's 4 or 5. We can actually rewind that and check. Right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3. So one hit was about 30k healing from what I could see. So you can see right here. That's one. Around 35,000. And Gazel has a max HP of 117. So 35, 70, 105, 140,000. So 4 hits. So if there's 4 enemies, you just go Unleash, and you're full HP. And of course, as Angel says, non-crit. If any of them crits, it's probably 3. And if multiple of them crit, it's like 2, potentially. Close to 2, it's probably still 3, actually. Robert says, the way I do not have the The way I do not have confidence at my... The way I do not have the confidence to have my gameplay analyzed, I feel functional as a black mage, but it would be a whole dissertation about what I should have done. Well, I'm not that mean when I'm analyzing. I try to focus on the things like I don't bring up the same thing multiple times. I'm pretty sure those of you that saw the start of this review will say that I haven't been bonking Gassel for the same mistakes 50 times. Or 5 times for that matter. So if you want some advice to see how you can do better, Robert, then it shouldn't be that dangerous. We're all here to help. Ymir says you did for me. I have done that sometimes, but I usually try to make it funny if I'm doing it repeatedly. Thank you, Watch Owl. Use Heart of Garundum. That's true. That is true. And we also had the double down memes for Sip. Zab says, my favorite was the Dark Knight that said they're living dead and then use Abyssal Drain just before they... I've done that, by the way. I've literally done that myself. Just gone, I'll use Living Dead, and just before I die, I'm like, oh yeah, Abyssal Drain. No, I've done that. You don't feel super smart when you do that. Yeah, that is true, Ymir. I do think that Gassel has been very good about using TBN quite a lot on trash packs, which is why I don't repeatedly bring it up. And also, I'm learning to give advice better, so... But I also will say, Ymir, I will also say that advice made you do that more. So I think overall it was a win, right? Use Bloodwedding, use TPN, use Heart of Grundum, use Sheltron. Use them a lot. You have a lot of them. I don't know how much there is to say about this particular fight. I think a particularly funny bit is whenever there's the breath stroke mechanic. That you're basically gambling on whether you go to the middle so you have like half the distance to run, or you gamble on a side to lean towards. And maybe you're lucky, or maybe you get screwed over. But see, the thing is with using your short cooldowns is basically... Oh, we won. We were lucky here, as you can see. The thing with using your short cooldown so aggressively, which I recommend so aggressively, is that because the cooldown is so short, you get so many of them over the course of a dungeon. Like, it's not as simple as that, but let's just say that if you're a Gunbreaker and you hypothetically used Heart of Corundum on cooldown from the start of a dungeon to the end, if the dungeon was 10 minutes long, you've gotten 24 uses of Heart of Corundum. Hypothetically, that is not going to be realistically, because a lot of the time you're not in combat. And a lot of the time it's better to wait a few seconds. But if you did, you would get 24 of them. On the other hand, if you used Nebula on cooldown in a 10-minute dungeon, you would get, 6 of them. 5 or 6. So it's a lot less insane by using them exactly on cooldown. And yeah, I totally understand it as well, Watch Out. I'm not saying that, oh, well, I'm nice, so you should be perfectly comfortable with me giving you advice and critiquing your gameplay. I absolutely understand that it always is scary to get, like, to be reviewed like that, because it feels like you did something wrong. That is something that I do want to highlight, and this is something that I do try to say on these reviews, is that, and now I didn't say it at the start of Gassel's clip, but now I'll say it at the end instead. You cleared the dungeon. No one died. Like, everything is fine. You did well. This review was more focused on what you could have done better, like small things you could have done better. Like, for example, if you, like, particular thing that Gazel messed up a few times was overcapping on MP, you might have lost like 2-3 Edge of Shadow casts over the course of that entire dungeon, which is not a lot, but it's not nothing. So you might have been able to do the dungeon slightly faster if you had not made that mistake. If you had not triple weaved there, if you had not used that cooldown. See, like, defensively, some of you might have noticed that throughout the entire dungeon, for the most part, what I used was I was using my healing cooldown as an attack move. So I was not concerned that, like, I wasn't worried that Gazel was going to die. Not at all. Gazel was perfectly fine. Most of the pulls, I only use Keracholi and Heimer. Or Panheimer. I usually didn't get to the part, if you've seen my Sage guides, where I do things like Physis and Tavrokoli. I didn't get to that part, because by that point, the mobs were mostly dead, and, I mean, Gazel had a lot of HP, so it would probably be fine to just not do anything. So defensively, everything was good, but pointing out things that could have been used, things that could have been done better, is still helpful. Like, let me put it like this. Earlier today, I did a dungeon with Gazel as White Mage to gather footage for a future video, and ironically, I basically didn't do any healing in most of the pulls. Like, nearly all of the pulls, I was just spamming Holy. I didn't even use Benediction. It's not that I was like, oh, Gazel didn't drop low enough. It was like, Gazel didn't drop very low. So I sat there after the dungeon like, you know, in retrospect, I wanted to have footage of me using Benediction, but maybe next time. So that was pretty funny, in retrospect. So when I'm like, oh, you could have used this cooldown, you could have just done that. From the tank's perspective, if you're really good and you're using everything, that can lead to the healer sitting there like, right then, so I don't have to do anything. And on the other hand, if the healer's really good, they can sometimes lead to the tank being like, I don't think I need to use anything. Which is sometimes true. If you play Warrior in a 90 dungeon, you won't need a healer. Well, in this particular case, Gazel was Dark Knight and basically didn't need a healer. So it is quite funny that people are like, oh yeah, only Warrior is this god who doesn't need a healer. But even Dark Knight, played extremely well, doesn't need that much help. If you're doing it really well, like if you're doing it really, really well in a level 90 dungeon, you might be fine. Like, it's going to be harder than with a Warrior. Like, the key thing that makes Warrior so broken is that almost anyone can do that. Like, Bloodwedding, and you're fine. Dark Knight needs to really work for it. Watch Owl says, I mean, it's kind of like that in life in general, right, with critique. But if anyone was gonna critique my gameplay, I'd much rather it be you, because I know you're going to be both kind and helpful. Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that. And I absolutely understand it. That... because I also find it hard to get my gameplay or whatever I've done reviewed. It's not always super fun, because it feels like you really messed it up, depending on who's reviewing it, of course. You should have prepared a I will use Benediction macro so that I don't mitigate. I feel like that would have been doctored footage. The time to get roasted in my clip. I don't plan to roast you, but we could start on it. It depends on who's roasting. You're a machinist, right? Are you going to use flamethrower? Right. So right, this is of course footage from Tuesday. So those of you that watched the Daily's Hangout stream Tuesday will probably be like, hey, wait a minute, I've seen this before. But that is of course Ymir on Machinist. Hey Grau, hope you're doing well. And that was the pre-pull reassemble. I've seen this before. What are you talking about? It's brand new. Right, so that's a good start. Then we have a 1, 2, 3 combo. 8, hope you're doing well. And then 3. Reassemble Wildfire Chainsaw. Yep, that is basically the opener that I usually present in my guide. This isn't anything negative. It's just something funny that I've noticed. If I was clicking Ricochet and Gauss round in that moment, I think I would just park my mouse there. I just, well, I'm doing this, and then just move the mouse over there. Click, and then move the mouse over there. Click and move the mouse over there. But you just, I think it's quite funny that you're specifically like moving it back and forth every time. So far, very nice. I think this is like the second time Coco has done this fight. Pretty sure. So, like, most everyone else in the raid team has probably done this like 1,000 times. So, it's totally understandable that Coco gets hit by some of these mechanics because of the timing being a little weird. So, the difficult part about doing the machinist rotation perfectly is that there are some really weird details in the rotation at specific times, that there are optimally and perfectly some very strict timings of when you're supposed to use hypercharge. And if you get the 2-minute burst perfect, then you will also overcap on heat gauge by exactly 5. See, this also, again, this is not Ymir. This is not a mistake Ymir made. This is not a mistake anyone made. I do see that, like, BSR's up there tanking. Still not a mistake. It is more an observation. It isn't uncommon for people to get a little picky about wanting the tank to place Athena perfectly north for this specific mechanic. The reason for that is not because she has to be perfectly north. The reason is that this line compels you, it's almost like draws you to assume that the half-room AoEs is going to land on this line, right? That it's going to be this side of the room and this side of the room. But in reality, it's actually based on how the boss is facing. Which means that if the tank is slightly offside or off perfect north for this mechanic, you get hit. And you're exactly what, y'all. People have just a tendency to like get drawn to assume that it's going to be on this line. So the best thing you can do as a tank when you're main tanking this, at least at the start of the fight where the boss hasn't started moving all over the place yet, is either look at the floor, there are lines on the floor, indeed, is either angle the boss perfectly north, like you stand on the line so that the boss is perfectly north. If you can't do that, my best suggestion, and it's perfectly normal if you can't do that, is to make sure that the boss is obviously not north. Like, angle her slightly weirdly, like off to the side a little bit, like point her this way or this way, so that it's very clear that she's not facing north, so that no one assumes that the line works. And that's my backup solution. If you can't get her perfectly north, like make sure that it's clearly not on the line, because then people won't get tricked by the line. I know it sounds like what y'all is saying, like make her diagonal so it annoys everyone, but genuinely, it might be safer. Dodging Paradigma often skews the boss a little. Yep. Yeah, so, of course, the first hit is on the left. You can see me here. Zav, I have seen a tank that pulled Athena almost all the way up to the edge and then turned her, so there was almost no space on one of her sides. And I wasn't a tank, so I couldn't overrule it. See, the good thing is that you stood your ground after that. And then the scary thing is, if you didn't see the third hit, all of us eating... Yeah, that was a lot of people that got hit there. 5 hits. Hey, Moose. Hope you're doing well. This is an optional boss, so it isn't exactly like a Giga main quest spoiler. And there isn't really any context to the fight that'll spoil it in this stream, so you should be mostly fine, I think. All of these quotes probably are nonsense. If we just, everyone just make sure to not explain it for a Moose. the lore behind it, I mean. Don't explain that. Then it's not a spoiler. Yeah, exactly. Just a pretty butterfly lady. It's mandatory due to having a banger OST. Now, see, that we can agree on. You're going to enjoy the music in this fighter mode. Unfortunately, it is muted in this clip. Because Yumiya was watching the stream at the same time, so it sounded a little crazy. And here we have the 2-minute burst-ish. Ooh, that is a... Wait. That is not good. What happened there? Let me just rewind. So we have barrel stabilizer, hypercharge. So, let me just make sure. I think what went wrong for you here, Yumiya, is that you saw this, then you used barrel stabilizer, and then you threw caution to the wind and went, I can't use my step 1 combo because I'll overheat, like I'll overcharge on heat gauge. But the weird thing with the optimal opener, and by the way, I can also see that earlier you used hypercharge at the wrong time because you didn't manage to generate enough battery gauge in time for when you used your previous Automaton Queen. As far as I can see, this should be full. Oh, wait a minute, it will become full. Never mind. Delete that. I didn't say that. Never mind. You'll use Automaton Queen after Chainsaw, hopefully. But it's actually intentional when you're doing it optimally that you will waste 5 heat gauge doing a step 1 or something to that effect. That is intentional. But instead, and let me put it like this. When I originally learned this rotation ages ago, it took me over an hour to record my 3-minute demonstration at the end of the video to demonstrate the rotation, because every time I got to this part, I was like, oop, full gauge, better not generate anymore. And then the rotation just broke apart because you can't do that. Like then it doesn't work. And why I'm highlighting this is because what happens is Yumiya goes, oh, I have to use hypercharge, and starts on it. But what you really wanted was to be able to use wildfire in just a moment. But what you do is you use Wildfire in the middle. Actually, you do multiple things that are really weird here. So you're in the middle of a hypercharge window. So you have 3 shots left, 2 shots left. Then you use Chainsaw. I'm not sure how this happened, because there's a lot of things that went weird for that to happen, but Hypercharge shouldn't have been active, I guess. And then you used Wildfire, and then you should have used Hypercharge, but instead of that, you do Chainsaw, Wildfire, Automaton Queen. Wait, what happened there? Oh, right. Did they change that? Let me just check. Oh, Chainsaw doesn't count as an AoE weapon, as a single target weapon skill. That is very interesting. I don't think it changes anything, but that is an interesting little detail there. And then, of course, the thing that made me go, hold up, in the first place was you doing step 1, but you could have used Heat Blast. It looks like, at least. And then you need to use Hypercharge because Wildfire is ready, it's running, it's ticking. And then you remembered after 2 steps. I'm guessing what happened is that it was a little difficult to perform the burst while also doing boss mechanics. But yeah, at this point, I don't know when you got derailed from the strict rotation of early tools opener. But at this point, you're freestyling, which is okay. Which means that now, the only thing that I have to, now instead of me going, oh, you messed up the 2-minute burst, I have to go, oh, you missed air anchor, or oops, you should have used drill there, because now we're back to use your cooldowns on cooldown. Yumiya says, I still top out the enemy list, so I must be doing something right. That's true. There's the possibility that the jobs that are more capable of leading the charge, because of their of the combination of their toolkit and stats, might be falling behind because of either skill issue, gear issue, or maybe it's a support job. Like, for example, I know Aradel, I'm pretty sure Aradel has like full 660 gear, but Aradel is a bard. So bard does less personal damage. In fact, Aradel is busy pumping you. The jobs that are more capable of competing with you directly are Reaper, Black Mage, and Ninja. But we can see that the Black Mage, I don't know, Tay, how good is your Black Mage gear? Oh look, V is here. I'm guessing that's V. And that's true, you were actually, I'm pretty sure you were at the top earlier. But yeah, the point is that the enmity list is a really good way to measure how much damage you're doing. But the important thing is also how much the jobs you're competing with are doing. That's not to say that you're not doing well, Ymir. It's more to say that being the top of the damage doesn't mean that that there's nothing more to learn. Oh, that's perfectly fine, V. You're welcome. I always say that. Like, everyone here have been specifically offered to come around here. By the way, Kitoyo, who's that in the chat? I wasn't sure at first if they were in the chat or if they just like appeared on the place. But who's that? I'm guessing that they're participating in the stream if they've been here for this long. I'm sorry that I ignored you. Is that Maluxia? I have so many friends that I haven't spoken to in so long. It is you. Fair enough. I see. Here we go. Right, back to the clip. Where were we? Hence why tanks do the most damage. Watch out. So speaking of aggro, my friend and I have discussed this. Is there something to physical range grabbing aggro a lot? Is there a reason for it? Traverse adds, do you mean while a tank is pulling, or is it this during a boss fight or once the trash pack is grouped up? Watch out adds, kind of whenever. My friend uses Dancer and I use Machinist a lot, and we just kind of yoink aggro at multiple points during fights or trash pulls. It is not uncommon for a Machinist to grab aggro on something if they use reassemble and a tool while the pull is still happening, or right at the start of the pull. Machinist is a really good example of why I do that 2 AoE strategy on tank, and why I recommend it, or use, like, you know, ranged and taunt, because those generate an obscene amount of enmity by comparison. Like, it's way more powerful. Dancer similarly has this, because Dancer's standard finish does like 700 potency. If it crits, it's stronger than like a reassemble, or I think it's close in competition to like a drill with crits. Sorry. So I think that explains it. But you specifically mentioned Dancer and Machinist, which are jobs that have a weirdly massive front-loaded damage. Summoners actually also do this, but the reason why summoners are caught in this less often is because summoners often observe that it is better to just kind of sandbag it until the first big AoE pack is pulled up, and then I'll use Bahamut and go full blast. And after that, for the rest of the dungeon, they'll just make sure that Bahamut isn't the thing coming up for trash packs while things are getting pulled. So like, while you're running across the pack, the summoner's going, Titan! Blah, 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 which doesn't do nearly as much damage. But then, once the pack is pulled up, the summoner might just go, well, I'm just going to skip to Bahamut. But they specifically go out of their way to make sure this doesn't happen. But Machinist gets to use Air Anchor every 40 seconds, so if Air Anchor's ready and the pack is being pulled, that is the perfect time to use it, because Air Anchor's not that great when there's like 8 enemies. And as Gazel says, whatever the problem is, what you should make sure to do is, if you get aggro as any job, except a tank, I suppose, go to the tank. Like, I have heard these stories of like, oh, don't put a regen on the tank as they're pulling, because if you do, you'll pull aggro and then the mobs will be all over the place. How about you just don't not stand on the tank? Like, just go to the tank. Just stand on the tank. Then it doesn't matter whether you or the tank has aggro, because the mobs will run to you who's situated on the tank. So like, just go, if you get aggro on something, go to the tank. Duncan says, I cycle through and range pull everything in the pack while running. That is also a good strategy. I usually recommend doing 2 AoE attacks when the pack is really big. Like, usually I feel like it gets too big after 4. So like, if there's 5 or more mobs, I recommend the 2 AoE attacks. But if it's 3, like 1 to 4 mobs, just ranged attack and taunt. Ranged attack, ranged attack. And the reason why I say taunt, some of you might not know this, because there was a time, a long time ago, like back when dinosaurs were alive, exaggerating for comedic effect, where provoke didn't actually generate any extra enmity, it just set your enmity to what the highest was, +1. But at least since Shadowbringers, provoke has generated a ridiculous amount of enmity. Like, it generates now over 4,000 potency worth of enmity, and if you use tank stance, it's of course 40,000. It's insane. And Blue Frog Legs does that still, of course. That is true. Maybe it would be too strong if it actually generated a lot of enmity. But provoke generates a ridiculous amount of enmity. So if you provoke something as you're pulling, they basically get super glued to you. The DPS has to really try hard to pull that mob from you. And exactly, Troyos, I'm pretty sure it's people panicking and not realizing what they should be doing. Right then, so resuming from, there was something that went wrong in the 2-minute burst. So now Ymir is going freestyle. So when you're freestyling Machinist, the important part is to make sure you're using your battery gauge. So if you know that there's buffs coming up, you can save battery gauge and use Automaton Queen when that happens. If you don't care or you don't know, you can just use Automaton Queen every time you hit 50 battery gauge. Reason being that the power of Automaton Queen is linearly scaling. So if you use it with 50, it'll be half as strong as if you use it with 100. So if you have the OGCD to spare, it doesn't matter. The second thing to keep in mind when you're freestyling is use your tools on cooldown. Really important that Hypercharge isn't going during your tools. So whenever you look at Hypercharge, you have to go, do I have the about 8 seconds to use all of my Hypercharge? Otherwise, you have to wait. And then you have to use your Hypercharge in between these windows so that you never overcap on heat gauge. For the most part, you don't need to stockpile any heat gauge because the only heat gauge you need to stockpile is 50 for Wildfire, but you have Barrel Stabilizer. So just make sure you use Barrel Stabilizer on cooldown and make sure that you don't spend those 50 heat gauge unless Wildfire is running. Traverses, I've had a couple just stand there typing in chat, "Next one!" while being snarky. I still grab it with range or provoke, but that doesn't help anyone. As I said, just run to the tank. They're more caught up in you making a quote-unquote mistake than fixing it. In fact, you might do that intentionally. Have you heard DPS tanking for you is mitigation? Also, hey Steve, hope you're doing well. And Duncan said the same thing. Everyone's HP bar is mitigation for the tank. Like, I say somewhat regularly that the Reapers tanking something is often a good thing, because the Reaper can use Arcane Crest to heal everyone while they're tanking something. Hey Darth, hope you're doing well. DPS yeah, it is mitigation. You're taking less damage technically. But yeah, so that means, of course, that now I'm more focused on is Ymir making sure to use their cooldowns. Because there isn't anything specific that we're, like, building up to. Which is perfectly normal. Nice. With the reassembled drill. This is not an opportunity to use Hypercharge. You want to use Chainsaw, that is good. You had that. You probably want to use Automaton Queen right now. Good. And Air Anchor, and then Drill, and then you probably want to use Hypercharge. You still have a few moments, but you probably want to use Hypercharge really soon. There it is. Just in time. Yeah, did you see the mechanic? 1. And there's the reassembled drill. Nice. And another hypercharge. That was very good. I think that was their opportunity to use it, so that's very nice. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. That doesn't work. So this is one of the harder things with hypercharge. This also comes up for Reapers. Is if you have to weave something else than like ricochet goes round, or you know, your Lemure slice, is you go you go heat blast, and you did goes round, heat blast, ricochet. Now you can't do tactician because you can only single weave when you're in hypercharge mode. You can't do that. That's a DPS loss. If you had just gone heat blast tactician, then I wouldn't have said anything, because you've gone heat blast and then ricochet the next time. But yeah, that is a key thing to keep in mind. Emir says, I know, fair enough. I'm just like, the thing is I'm highlighting these things because I see these things. If I just ignore it, then someone else watching might be going, didn't he? Okay. And just think that maybe that's okay. I don't think you wasted wildfire. Oh, you might have wasted wildfire here. Oh, yeah. The reason why I wasn't entirely sure is because I do know that some 2-minute bursts can fit before she leaves. But I wasn't sure if wildfire could, but that is sad. You know what's even sadder? The detonator just sitting there. Just being like, oh man, if only you could spend me. And very nice with the auto crossbow. That is a very good spending of heat gauge, I think. The thing is that because of the amount of gauge you generate on AoE, like, you don't really need to like stockpile a bunch of heat gauge while on AoE anyway. You could use a few, like, you could have prioritized a few scatter guns, but you don't need to. It says, what's the best strategy for limit break in P12N? Cast a LB2 on ads here? I've never thought about that. But I guess, yeah. I suppose that would be the best way to use it. Because you could push through the ad phase sooner. I guess? I guess if you're optimizing and planning this, then you could do that. The reason why it might not be good to use caster LB2 on the trash there is that the trash comes out right around the 2-minute burst. So if anyone in your group is doing their 2-minute burst anyway on the trash, then it might be wasteful to use the limit break there. Yeah, there's also the thing that you could use melee limit break 3 at that point, later in the fight, as Ymir mentioned. There's also the part, as Darth says, that maybe the person who's casting the limit break gets targeted by the telegraphs that are all over the place during the trash pack. So it is complicated. I think that there is something about considering caster LB2, but I do agree that it might be better to just use melee LB3 later. Something that I did notice, though, don't know when your UI comes back, is that right here we have 2 1/3. And you get a huge bunch there. So maybe a caster LB2 on the trash, and then how much ever LB you end up having near the end of the fight might be good for a melee LB. I don't know if that's better. I haven't actually considered that. But I think the reason for that, in my defense, is that I'm almost always tank or healer. So whenever I am a DPS, I'm the guy that goes, like, in the middle of my 2-minute burst, I'm like, oh yeah, we do have an LB. I'll see if I can fit it in after my burst, and then someone else uses it. Tay says, let's test it. It would be difficult, because the way to test this would be, like, either a lot of runs of both, or, like, being able to do 2 identical runs. Did you see the Kai greed there? Did you see the Kai greed? I'm over there. The safe spot is going to be here. I think I'm just gonna cast Broil again. You know what? I think this is a great time to cast Broil again. Oh, right. Moving. That's a thing. Who actually ended up using the limit break? Cat did. Uh-oh. Oh, that was what I was doing. Ah. Now I get it. So I see... So sorry for just switching perspective here a moment, but I see Cat Damon is casting Limit Break, and they're still stuck in animation, and Parthenos is happening. So you see the arrow there, whoop, little rescue there, yoink. And then I'm too busy praising myself for the big brain rescue. And then I'm like, oh right, the rest of the game. Traverse's top P12N Kai Greed moment was on Reaper, and I'm sure this will be fine. I mean, this was also a Reaper, so... Hazel says, where's your Ruin 2? But that's a DPS loss! Ruin 2 better! Ruin 2 not better. Broil do more damage. Broil better. More damage. So overall, I think this was pretty good. The one thing is, of course, that at some point around the 2-minute burst, freestyle, complete derailing. But there's one particular tip that I initially just avoided. This is like the ultra mega tryhard sweaty optimization thing stuff. Like, you don't have to do this, but it's pretty funny that you can. So here, floor's gone. If you're really fast, you might be able to run up to Athena and use Flamethrower right now. And if you do that, you'll see GCD starts. But technically, as long as your GCD finishes there, you would be able to just start your rotation, and you might be able to just run up and like get a free 80 potency gain. As I said, it's really, really unnecessary, but it's funny that you can. Like, it's the weirdest optimization trick with Flamethrower. It's so silly, but it's there. I don't even know if you had enough time to do that. The reason why is that Flamethrower hits every second. So if Athena happens to be targetable exactly in the frame where Flamethrower hits, then Flamethrower will hit, and then you can just cancel Flamethrower with a GCD and continue your rotation. And because your GCD was ready, the damage is free. Like, it's completely free, because you weren't going to use Flamethrower for anything else. Don't know, I use too much brain. Also, hey Game-Ent, hope you're doing well. Yureen says, turns out it's kind of nice to have stream on as background noise during dishes. Awesome. this is the way. But overall, I think it went fine. You were using your cooldowns as much as you could. There was just the thing where you got... I don't know if you got confused by your heat gauge overcapping, or supposedly going to overcap during the 2-minute burst. But you mostly, like, figured it out. There was a lot that went wrong there as a result. My guess, and I wasn't, like, of course, I couldn't see what you were doing in that moment, like, personally, but my guess is that the fact that there was a lot of boss mechanics happening right there, something weird with your resources that you might not have expected, and then you're using, like, then all of this just culminates in this mess. This happens. Like, this can happen. It's perfectly normal. Overcap 5 heat for fat gain. Yeah, exactly. It's actually weird, but yes, that's genuinely how it works. Is that Machinist has this weird rotation where if you do everything perfect, you will have 100 battery gauge, 105 heat gauge, and basically everything you want in your 2-minute burst. And this, if I remember correctly, only happens in the first 2-minute burst. Like, every subsequent one, you don't have this weird error. But specifically in the 2-minute burst, where something gets weird. And of course, if you have more than minimum skill speed, then you will also have a potential extra heat gauge that you shouldn't have. You might also have extra battery gauge that you shouldn't have. Like, this is just how it is if you're not, like, in perfectly best in slot gear with, like, the perfect amount of speed and all that, which happens for some jobs. Like, for example, if Paladin has exactly 0 skill speed and you do the opener that I show in my guides, then I believe your 1-minute fight or flight is like the perfect one with Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. But if you have skill speed, then things might be shoved 1 GCD off because of all the time you've saved. So it's not exactly right. And this can also happen for Reaper, Red Mage, Summoner, Samurai, I guess, Monk. Did I mention Machinist? Dancer can also happen for. I guess it can happen for Ninja as well, but I'm pretty sure that unless you're, like, going for absolutely perfect maximum damage, Ninja isn't that worried about their combos. The reason why it can happen for Reaper is that Reaper with no skill speed, basically, will get exactly enough for, like, 3 Enshrouds in a 2-minute time frame. Something to that effect. So if you have extra speed over the course of a really long fight, you will start to, like, get, like, 10 extra shroud gauge, 20 extra, 30 extra, 40 extra, and eventually you'll have an extra in shroud. And that's also true, that it's really awkward when you're doing, like, your rotation perfectly as summoner, everything's just lining up, but then you have some spell speed. So as the fight progresses, it's like, now you're using Searing Light in the middle of Bahamut, now you're using Searing Light near the end of Bahamut. Now you're just tossing Enkindle immediately because Bahamut isn't even in the 2-minute burst anymore. Now Searing Light starts to drift through Titan or something. Like, usually the fight is over by then, but it's quite funny that if you have, like, just a little bit more spell speed than, like, the absolute bare minimum for a summoner, Bahamut just, like, gradually cycles out of the 2-minute burst window. Just over the course of a really long fight, it just gradually moves out. Just, I'ma head out. Coco says, you know it's gonna be a good fight when that stupid bunny doesn't walk off the edge. Which stupid bunny? I don't think we had any stupid bunnies in the party there. Ninja doesn't care about combo that much, but it can be weird with Phantom Kamaitachi and Aeolian. That's true. There is this thing with if I remember correctly, if you have Bunshin up during Mug and during Mug and Trick Attack, you know, the burst window, then there is a specific priority order of things that like are more important, and I'm pretty sure Aeolian Edge is weirdly high on that list, which of course means that it can have an impact on what is actually optimal. Just need an hour-long encounter, so I'm gonna get Summoner Burst rotating all over the place. Yes. If you had a long enough fight, your GCD, like you could like cycle so far that Phoenix out like naturally lands during raid buffs. That could happen. It could happen to you. Something that I do know is that in the time frame since Emia's clip to now, Coco has asked me about some advice for rotation stuff. So I know, without getting into specifics, that Coco was not playing Ninja optimally in that pull. I'm pretty sure that those questions were asked before that clip. Or after that clip. Pretty sure. Do you remember, Coco? Was it before or after? It's not important, but the point is that if the ninja wasn't competition on the enmity list, then that also matters. ESR says Aeolian with Bunshin is stronger than Phantom. That's why Opener does Mug plus Bunshin into Phantom, into Trick, into Aeolian. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. And something really weird that that is with Bunshin is that Bunshin itself, to my and Phantom Kamaitachi, to my knowledge, are pet potency. However, something that I discovered in relation to Dark Knight suggests that there's a very real possibility that pet potency can mean a lot of things. It's actually also in relation to Astrologian. I didn't go into like great detail with testing this, so it might be wrong, but on some tests it looked like, and I'm just highlighting this because I've said something else previously, it looked like Earthly Star scales with raid buffs like a pet, except it scales real time with buffs like a pet, but it scales with buffs that are only on you, not like a pet, and it doesn't appear to have pet potency, from what I could initially glean. So Earthly Star scales real time with your buffs, but is not a pet. Isn't that fascinating? Please say yes. Least complex Astrologian ability. What? So which ones are in the runnings? Macrocosmos, Horoscope, Collective Unconscious, Neutral Sect, Draw, Earthly Star, Astrodyne a little bit. A lot of weird actions. Sinistry also, that's weird. Is Aspected Benefic weird? Actually, yes, Aspected Benefic is weird. The thing I was talking about earlier with pulling aggro with Regen is quite fascinating because Regen now generates basically nothing in terms of enmity because Regen itself does 0 healing up front, but Regen's healing over time is healing over time, which generates 0 enmity altogether. But Regen is a buff, and buffs generate enmity. Like, basically nothing, but let me put it like this. If you, a white mage, cast Regen on the tank, but the tank is already in combat with everything. If the tank uses Rampart, there's a very real possibility that the tank will get aggro back, because Regen generates buff enmity and Rampart generates buff enmity, and the tank has a tank stance, which multiplies it, I think. But Aspected Benefic generates enmity up front because Aspected Benefic heals up front. Da 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 da. Isn't that amazing? So Aspected Benefic does not have this weird interaction. That says, can you turn off and on tank stance to generate threat? Good question. Anyone want to be a volunteer to test this with me? Step forward. Become live Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. Well, don't fall over each other. Alright, so all you have to do is attack one of the striking dummies with an auto attack as a white mage. The important thing is that you have to do very little damage. You have to generate a very small amount of enmity. Let me see how I can enter combat without generating... How little enmity can I generate? Ooh, what would work? I think I could do it with this. Oh, nope. Can you cast, like... Can you cast, like, a glare? Sure, why not? Just a glare. One glare. Alright, that first of all tells me that Heart of Corundum generated a lot more enmity than I thought it would. Right, so the important thing is look at the enmity bars up there. Did you see that? Look extremely closely at my enmity bar. So to answer your question, yes, you can generate enmity by spamming tank stance. Isn't that incredible? Also, for anyone curious, you can also spam generate enmity with mudras. Haru says, praying that this isn't the final Mandeville relic weapon. It is. They are, yes. They look very futuristic for some reason. Next on Tales from Duty Finder, tank stance tank. We finally learned those weird tanks that you find in Duty Finder that are just spamming tank stance. They were actually onto something. Not something good, but they were onto something. I am not sure what they were onto, but they were onto something. Also, hey Agni, are you doing well? Gayman says, today I learned there's buff enmity. I actually mentioned this in one of my Mythbuster videos. I think it might have been episode 2 or 3. Where specifically confront the heal over time effects generate enmity claim, which is wrong, by the way. I like the look of these relic weapons. Since this, what did I join into? We're myth-busting over here. Irian says maybe Heart of Corundum generated more enmity because it's actually several buffs. That's possible. I'm not 100% sure because it seemed like a lot more enmity than I expected, because Glare generated like 10,000 enmity, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much damage that attack did, but I guessed it was like 10,000. And buff enmity is usually like 50. Like, not 50,000, 50 enmity. Usually. But it kind of... It landed 20k there. Well, in that case, that is even more. Like, the reason why I thought it was surprising is because Heart of Corundum made me only slightly behind that. The reason why I had to use something specifically on Kitoyo here is that I had to enter combat, and me using Rampart while in the area doesn't enter combat. I have to do something like that interacts with someone that is in the combat. I'd have to either attack the striking dummy or buff Kitoyo or heal Kitoyo or something for it to work. I guess I could have used Aurora, which would have been similar to using Regen. Since it's how much is a tank ranged attack. So, if I remember correctly, Tomahawk and Shield Lob, so the Paladin and Warrior ranged attacks, have a enmity multiplier of 7. This might have been changed, but I'm pretty sure it was 7. Unmend and Lightning Shot have a multiplier of 5. What that means is that when you use Lightning Shot, you generate you deal damage as if it was 150 potency, but you deal enmity as if it was 5 times more than that. So if you do 1000 damage with Lightning Shot, you generate 5000 enmity. But if you have your tank stance on, which is a 10 times multiplier, you just add a 0 to that. So if you do 1000 damage with Lightning Shot, you do 50,000 enmity. So basically you do the equivalent of dealing 50,000 damage. Since that's why they're different. If I remember correctly, Shield Lob and Tomahawk originally had a much lower potency than Unmend and Lightning Shot. So back in the day, they basically did the same amount of enmity because Tomahawk and Shield Lob had a bigger multiplier, but Unmend and later Lightning Shot did more damage. But because they had approximately the same multiplier, if I remember correctly, Tomahawk came out on top with like... It's a while since I calculated. It was like back in Shadowbringers where I estimated this, but I believe Tomahawk did like over 800 potency of enmity because of its multiplier and all that. Thank you for coming, Emir, and have a nice evening. So Tomahawk had slightly more, and I believe Shield Lob had slightly less because its 7 times multiplier wasn't enough to be even with everyone else. But that's the reason. I don't know if they've changed it. It is very likely that they've made Tomahawk times 5 to match with Unmend and Lightning Shot. But there's a very real possibility that Shield Lob is still times 7 because Shield Lob is still the weakest among them. Thank you so much for the super chat, Emir. You have a great time as well. There's also other factors, such as you could technically boost some of these attacks more than others. Like, Shield Lob can be boosted by Fight or Flight. I don't know why you would do that, but it can. Lightning Shot can be boosted by No Mercy. Again, don't know why you would do that. And Unmend is boosted by Darkside, which I can imagine sometimes where you just naturally wouldn't have Darkside up for that, but it's pretty normal for Dark Knight to have it anyway. And Warrior can boost Tomahawk with Storm's Eye, or Surging Tempest, as it is called now. So like, there's that. Darth says, healing over time effects did generate enmity as recently as Shadowring, as I remember a patch update where they front-loaded the enmity in Endwalker. That's not what they did, Darth. I think you need to watch that particular Mythbuster episode, because you know what I'm going to bring out now? Can you guess what I'm going to bring out right now? I'm going to find exactly the time where they removed enmity from HOTS. If I can find it. Bram, bram, bram. This is patch 6.2. From Test Your Claims. Final Fantasy 14 Mythbusters Episode 3. HP restoration over time will no longer generate enmity with each tick of healing. This, by the way, also applies to Embrace and Cardia. And Aurora, and I believe Heart of Corundum, and I'm pretty sure Excogitation, and I'm pretty sure Nascent Flash also. The thing that made this, that made it feel like they front-loaded the enmity is, of course, that all of the enmity that healing over time effects generate are now the buff application itself, which is basically nothing. Basically nothing. But you're correct that healing over time generated enmity in Shadowbringers. But it didn't really matter, honestly. Like, a healer would have to heal for an absolutely ludicrous amount for it to matter when tanks had a 10 times enmity multiplier. Like, the only way you would actually steal aggro from the tank is if the tank wasn't trying to get aggro in the first place. Watch Owl says, can you say with ranged or provoke that one of them is better for pulling? Or are they just different? They're different, but there is one that is better. Provoke. So your ranged attacks do like 700 enmity, like 700 potency of enmity, right? And they can crit and they can direct hit, so sometimes they'll do more as a result, right? Provoke does, to my tests, at least 4,000 potency worth of enmity. 4,000 potency worth of enmity. And it is an ability, like, as opposed to a weapon skill. So you can go provoke heavy swing, whereas you would have to go tomahawk, heavy swing. Thank you, call me goats. Well, I guess I'll just say goats. Thank you. I'm really happy that you found my guys helpful. BSR says you used to be able to buff Tomahawk with inner release. That is correct. I think it was in 6.1 or 6.2 that they changed inner release to basically name drop Fell Cleave and Decimate. I believe that was also when they separated the inner release buff into 2 separate buffs. The funny thing with that is that before this change, you were only immune to knockbacks and all this other stuff while inner release lasted, and inner release lasted 15 seconds or until you did 3 things, like 3 weapon skills, and it would just be spent. Thank you, Sin. It would just be spent on the 3 first weapon skills you used. But that meant that if you needed the knockback immunity, you actually had to wait. You just had to stop attacking. Which is pretty funny. But I believe they changed this because... question. Did you ever want to use inner release on Tomahawk? Because I'm pretty sure I don't ever want to do that. Zarb says, I'm not sure which I would prefer. You can just right-click off the knockback immunity when if you don't need it or don't want it. So you can have both. And before you couldn't because you had to right-click off the crits. Yeah, watch out. That is exactly the reason why whenever, like when I'm saying ranged pulling, you go ranged, provoke, ranged, is because provoke is better, but you can't weave Tomahawk or the other ranged attacks. So, like, you just use the fact that provoke is weavable to get through, like, grabbing all the mobs faster. But in a boss pull situation, the reason why often, like, opener guides are like, open with Tomahawk, or open with Lightning Shot, or open with... It's pretty rare they say open with Unmend. I think the general consensus is open with Provoke on a Dark Knight, or let the other tank do it. Or something like that. Maybe that has changed. But the reason is that in a Savage context, you often want to position the boss a little bit, which means that you using Provoke doesn't actually help you, because you're just going to do Provoke and just kind of stand there with your GCD ready, just waiting for the boss to get into position. Not literally, because you're obviously moving towards them, but you're moving in a very specific way to get them in a specific position. So using Tomahawk instead means that at least you got some damage out of the exchange. Sin says, when was the enmity system changed? With the release of Shadowbringers, all tanks lost their damage stances, and their tank stances were replaced with this, which is basically an enmity stance. In the old system, your tank stance reduced the damage you took, the damage you did, and increased the enmity you do by like ×3. Remember, now it's ×10. The damage stances generally increased the damage you did by a bit, but notably didn't reduce the damage you did. An incredibly hilarious feature of the rework is that this trait, I don't know if it's this trait, but did you know that tanks have a hidden passive that reduces all damage they do by 20%? Either that, or they're just coded to do 20% less damage, but they do 20% less damage with an attack of the same potency as any other job. So basically, they removed the tank stances because they force you to wear it. You just always have the tank stance on now. Damage stances, like, to put it very brief, Paladin's damage stance made their auto attacks hit harder. Dark Knight didn't have a damage stance. They just weren't in their tank stance. That allowed them to use Blood Weapon. Yes, that was mutually exclusive with a different button you could use in tank stance. And Warrior was allowed to use Fell Cleave in their damage stance. In their tank stance, they could only use Inner Beast, which back then did damage, healed you a ton, and gave you 6 seconds of damage reduction, equivalent to Rampart. Like, it did everything. But Fell Cleave did bigger number, so you know how that pans out. Fell Cleave better because big number make brain happy. So you had to swap between them? No. No, not really. Hypothetically, that would be the idea, but the problem is that... Let me actually just one moment. I talk about this in a bit more detail in this video I linked just now. But the overall problem is that, first of all, Paladins had to use a GCD to switch stance. Dark Knight had to use a GCD to switch into tank stance. Warriors didn't have to do that, but Fell Cleave though, right? So it didn't really matter. The way that it usually worked is that if you were playing in a casual group, like really casual, like you're doing expert roulette, not with people you know, you would probably be in your tank stance for the entire dungeon, because you couldn't rely on the rest of your group to use their enmity management tools, because healers and DPS also had to manage their enmity. It wasn't just a tank thing, it was actually more of a DPS and healer problem than a tank problem. So you just sit in your tank stance for the entire dungeon, which kind of sucked, because that meant that Warriors didn't get to use Fell Cleave. Dark Knights didn't get to use Blood Weapon, and while you might be saying, but Blood Weapon is just like a little bit of MP, that kind of isn't that big. In Stormblood, Blood Weapon reduced your GCD by 20%. It was like a super ley lines. This was back in Stormblood, Sin. And before Stormblood as well. This was changed in Shadowbringers. So you didn't get to use your big funny damage cooldown as a Dark Knight, essentially. And Paladin, well, their auto attacks hit really hard in Sword Oath. And fun fact about this is that the way that Paladin generates Oath Gauge now is by every auto attack. Back then, Sword Oath made it so that your auto attacks generated Oath Gauge. In Shield Oath, you instead generated Oath Gauge by blocking or by casting Holy Spirit, which just generated 20 like that. Which are a little bit weird. But in a casual context, basically the tank would just sit in their tank stance because they couldn't trust the group to like manage their enmity, so you had to make sure you were ahead all the time. In a coordinated context where people were managing their enmity, the way that it would typically go down is that a tank, I'll get back to that, a tank would open the fight in tank stance and use an enmity combo because they had alternative combos. Back in Stormblood, Paladin had Fast Blade, Savage Blade, and Rage of Halone. We still have Rage of Halone, but it just disappears as you level up now. Back then, Savage Blade and Rage of Halone had an extra enmity multiplier. Like, they had the same effect as Shield Lob, like extra enmity generation. But they were an entirely separate combo that only did that. You still had Riot Blade and Royal Authority and Goring Blade as an alternative finisher, and they, generated MP and did more damage. But Rage of Halone generated more enmity. Just Paladin as the example. But once you had established enmity and aggro control, by doing that, you would switch to your damage stance. And after that point, the tanks would generally only interact with enmity on the primary boss target by doing the trick known as, I think it was called provoke juggling or something like that. That was usually enough. The rest of the enmity management was actually a matter of DPS and healers managing their situation. To take an example, all healers in Stormblood, of course, had Lucid Dreaming. Back then, Lucid Dreaming had twice the cooldown, about half of the power, if I remember correctly, and like it regened way less MP, but mages could give MP to healers and stuff like that. Ranged jobs could give an aura for a while that gave everyone MP called Refresh. Squadron units still have that. But Lucid Dreaming also just cut half of your enmity, just deleted half of it, so it just went back in time in terms of enmity generation. DPS jobs had similar tools. So all healers and DPS players actually had tools to manage their enmity, and they were supposed to and expected to use them. But that's not usually how it went down. There's a few things that add to this, and the things that I want to add to this is, first of all, as I said before, Paladin had to use a GCD to switch to damage stance. So that meant that if they were the main tank, they had to go up in Shield Oath, do a 1-2-3 combo for enmity, then use a GCD to switch to damage stance. Bad, not good. Dark Knight only had to use a GCD to enter tank stance. They didn't need to use one to exit tank stance. They could just right-click the buff off. So they would just go tank stance, run up, use a 1-2-3 combo. In fact, Dark Knight could use their old Dark Arts ability to boost the enmity generation of the attack even more. So they could like go super blast on that if they wanted to, and then just switch out of their tank stance, and now they're ready. And warriors, it didn't cost them anything to switch out of tank stance into damage stance. So they would also just start tank stance, 1-2-3 combo, damage stance. Which means that in the old system, tank stance was basically like a dunce hat that casual players had to wear because the group wasn't good enough at managing enmity. That doesn't feel good. And for all the hardcore raiders, it was just like a footnote. And just do a 1-2-3 combo and they're done. A lot of people think back on this system a lot more fondly because the option to choose felt impactful. Thank you for coming, Watch Owl. Enjoy your lunch. But in reality, it wasn't very impactful. This is something that I've talked about before. Exactly, the option to play badly. Like, the thing is that the reason why a lot of jobs have way less options now is because it doesn't really matter if you have the choice between doing two things if one of them is always objectively better. Like, why have it if the option is, like, if the other option is bad? The second thing is, of course, also that the tank stances didn't feel good once you realized that the reason you had to put on tank stance was because your DPS and healer couldn't manage their enmity. So basically, you were punished for the rest of your group not knowing how to play, hypothetically. Maluxia says, also sounded like you as tank got punished for your party playing badly. Correct, and that's the next point here. Because if you played correctly, as of, like, in terms of what was best, and used like tank stance, 1-2-3 combo, damage stance, and just played, but the DPS and healers were not playing correctly, you would lose aggro, and who would be blamed? You're the tank. It's your problem, right? You're supposed to be the enmity man, right? Except not, but that doesn't change how the community perception works. So usually the tank would get the blame. And it gets even weirder, and I've talked about this before, but the problem here is that you would have, like, a Dragoon, for example. Doesn't matter. You have a DPS player who watches a guide for this Savage encounter. Maybe they watch a clear of this encounter, and they see that the tanks are only in their damage stance. And they maybe even see it from someone specific perspective, maybe not DPS's perspective. So this DPS goes, well, you tanks should always be in damage stance because otherwise we probably won't make the enrage because the tanks I've seen do this in damage stance. And then the tanks will of course do that, but the DPS isn't using their enmity tools. They didn't see that. They didn't notice that happening in the footage. So they don't realize that it's their problem as well. But who gets blamed? Well, it worked in the video, so I don't know what's going wrong with you, but it's clearly a you problem, tank. You can't do enough enmity because you're bad. It's not me. So you can probably see how this ended up becoming something that they kind of just removed. Because ultimately the damage and tank stance and all this enmity management stuff, which was supposed to, like, lead to more group teamwork, right? Mostly just led to more arguments. It was probably awesome and interesting for the hardcore players, but for the casual players, it often just meant that there was this system they didn't quite understand, but it just doesn't work. And they don't get why. And part of the reason is that the tank goes in, does their Hall of the Novice, maybe, and they're explained what enmity is and how to manage enmity. The DPS goes into Hall of the Novice and are not explained what enmity is because it's not as important for DPS, supposedly. So the DPS sees their role action. Remember, back in Stormblood, you had to pick 5 out of like 10 for the majority of the expansion. So you had the choice between things like Second Wind or Diversion, which reduced the enmity you generated by half for 20 seconds every 2 minutes. Very good for a burst, right? But what you read is, would you like a cooldown that heals you, or a cooldown that reduces something you don't know what is? You're probably choosing the healing cooldown, right? Sim says, will they be changing any of all this in Dawn Trailer? Is it kind of in a good spot at the moment? I don't think they've announced they'll change anything with Enmity, so I would be surprised if they did. They have to change Black Mage to stop Blizzard Wizards. Blizzard Wizards? it is hard with that one. I think there is like enough of a meaningful choice, the reason being that sometimes Blizzard is the right choice. The problem with this old system and many of the actions that have been removed is that many of the options that were removed were options that were not good. Like, they were actually not good choices. Monk in Stormblood had a... I think it was a step 2, like instead of 4-point Fury. That was called 1 Ilm Punch. It did pathetic damage, cost more TP than most of your other options. Not important, but basically that's not a good thing. And it stunned the enemy for 1 second. It ignored... What in the world? Oh, right, I upgraded my, my pants. There you go. That was weird. But it ignored stun resistance. So basically the same as a perpetual ray. The thing is, when would you want to do that? Right? When would you want to do that? It was a catastrophic DPS loss in most situations, so you probably never wanted to do it. But it was an option, and you were offered it, so probably there was a time and a place for it. I guess? Duncan says, what did we learn from all this? They like to take out all of the noob traps, except Free Cure. I'm hoping they'll get to that in Dawn Trail, Duncan. I did mention, I made a video a while back about button bloat, and one thing that I highlighted in that video is that I think Cure 1 should upgrade to Cure 2, Benefic should upgrade to Benefic 2, and I think they should do something with Physic as well. Something. I'm not sure what, because there are technically like ultra niche situations where Physic is better than Adloquium, but I do think they should do something about it. Like, I don't know, put emergency tactics earlier and give them Adloquium at level 1 or something. Only the scholars, of course. I guess the summoners just don't have Physic. I don't know, but I think Physic is in a weird place. I also don't know what to say about Diagnosis for Sage. They've kind of fixed that by just having one button that just flips a bunch of buttons. Could you skip mechanics with it? I suppose if a boss was stunnable, you might be able to, yeah. The key thing is that if a boss is immune to stuns, then 1 Ilm Punch wouldn't work. It just ignores diminishing returns so that you could actually go 1 punch 3, 1 punch 3, 1 punch 3, 1 punch 3 to just repeatedly stun the boss for 1 second. And you could do that. But the thing is, you wouldn't be able to keep that up forever because of the massive TP cost. You would quickly burn through all of your TP, and then you would have a monk just, you know, just standing there, doing nothing, because they don't have any resources. They would of course auto attack, but that's not very helpful. Saab says, I do a lot of mental roulette as tank, and there's way too many Cure 1 Benefic Physic healers. Yeah, it is an interesting idea that 1 Ilm Punch could be crazy. If I remember correctly, 1 Ilm Punch didn't do this in A Realm Reborn. I looked like through this a long time ago for a video about the history of Monk. If I remember correctly, in A Realm Reborn, 1 Ilm Punch's effect was that it removed a buff from the target. Which, incidentally, Blue Mage also has. Isn't that weird? Hey, Cat Damon, hope you're doing well. So at some point, they changed One Ilm Punch to do a 1 second stun with no diminishing returns. It still sucked. I don't know if it was good in A Realm Reborn to remove a buff. Maybe there was some situation where it was helpful. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe you could like delete the Cact Guard buff on the Cact Queen or whatever her name is. I don't know. It's a guess. Maybe you could. I believe the one of the bosses in Copperbell Mines used Rampart, or basically Rampart. Maybe you could delete that with one Ilm Punch. The spill of the Berserk buff would be. Oh yeah, that is true. There are some mobs in dungeons nowadays that just get like a Berserk buff. You could just delete that. Oh, you could delete the big shield on on Cloud of Darkness. And that's also true. Back in those days, well, up to and including Stormblood, Scholars Selene, so their secondary pet option, before they were made identical in Shadowbringers, Selene had an AoE interrupt and an AoE Isuna, if I remember correctly. Totally balanced. She didn't have Whispering Dawn. That's exactly, Girihin, and that is pretty much what I'm getting at with One Ilm Punch was probably not super great, is there's, like, if you try to use Eerie Soundwave as a blue mage, if, like, just go through the world, you, like, all of these things I'm talking about with One Ilm Punch, all these theoretical ideas that, oh, maybe this would work, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. You can test these things. You can fly through time and try these things, because if One Ilm Punch would have deleted the buff, then Eerie Soundwave would as well. If One Ilm Punch would have stopped the attack by stunning it, then Perpetual Ray would as well. So you can test all these things with Blue Mage. You can, if you want to. It's just that you would have to, you know, get in the particular encounter, and it wouldn't be particularly easy to do that unless you're going in alone, because you would have to get a pre-made. Like, I'm not saying you can't, like, ask for people. If you go to, like, you know, the community, Discord community, you could just see if there's 3 people that want to join you for this science experiment. Maybe there's someone that will. And then you can test these things. The reason why I'm saying it like that is because most of these enemies that you would test these things on, they will probably just crumble under you if you're going in unsynced. You just go as a blue mage and just smack them across the head and they're dead. So it can be difficult to test these things. You use Perpetual Ray and they die. Absolutely ineffective 1 second stun with no stun resistance. The boss is dead. Hey Kraken Mo and Chester, I hope you're both doing very well. Bisa says, I had a healer using Cure and Cure 2 on me, a warrior, at level 90. I don't think they ever got a free cure proc. That's even sadder. That's even sadder. They didn't even get rewarded for trying. I've actually had that happen as well, BSR. A while back, like a long time ago at this point, I was in Lapis Manalis as warrior, and my healer was the type who permanently maintained Regen and Medica 2 on everyone and started casting Cure 1, I believe, every time I had less than full HP, which meant that they kept me at full HP and everyone else at full HP, so the Regen effect just did nothing. The weirdest thing is that I mentioned to them they could be attacking, and they just responded with a smiley. I don't know if is that a bot? I don't know. Anyway, I mentioned it, and this white mage just sent a smiley face as a response. And then we did like the first boss. And then during the trash, like, so we did the trash after the first boss, and then the second pull, I was like, okay, listen, try this next pull and just not heal me. Like, I can take it. I won't blame you if I die. That's on me. But I can heal myself. Like, I can do this. Just this next pull, just try and not heal me. And let's see if I die. And I think the white mage said, okay. But then they healed me anyway. They just healed me anyway. I really don't get how people get reported for saying such things. And it actually becoming a problem. Like, I've never had this problem. Genuinely. Yeah, it's like... They basically made it clear that they were responding, but they were not reading or reacting. It was quite weird. Very, very weird. Maluxia says, reminds me of a recent warrior who didn't use any defensives and told me I should have 2 regions up at all times as white mage. Like, that's like the polar opposite. The opposite insanity. Krakenmo says, I saw the free cure icon on my healer in Praetorium the other day. My healer with a glowing Mandeville staff. Duncan says, I haven't been reported, but I've seen hostility over it. I'm super careful to be polite about it. You see, that's also the thing, is that I want to be clear that the way that I went about it in this particular scenario, and this is usually how I go about it, is I see the healer is not attacking at all. They're just casting heals. I'll mention that that tanks can also heal themselves, so they don't have to heal me all the time. They could try attacking a bit. That's okay. If they don't attack, I might bring it up one more time. But after that, I'll just leave it. Like, I'll say it usually once or twice, and I'll just leave it, because the thing is, there's a difference between asking someone to do something and harassing them about doing it. And that's also what I often do, Zaf, is the perfect defense in these situations is that you say, can I give you a tip? Or do you mind if I give you a hint or something? Or like some advice? If they say yes, then as long as you give the advice politely and then leave it at that, then even if they like are weirdos and turn around and somehow attempt to report you, then if a GM contacts you about it, you can be like, he said yes. He said okay to me giving advice. I don't know why you're mad at me. I can't imagine a GM would actually, like, hit you up for that, by the way. Yeah, that also makes sense, Darth. Sometimes the tank can be... tanks that are not using defensives can be really tough to heal as a pure healer, surprisingly. Also as a barrier healer, but it feels weirdly harder as a pure healer. Not much you can do when you're in this situation. Well, Sin, usually you will know if you're in contact with a GM. And they'll usually explain to you what you did wrong. To my knowledge, they'll tell you what you did wrong, because if they didn't tell you what you did wrong, then you would obviously have no chance of doing better next time. Goat says, I don't really know how to tell yet if the tanks are spacing mitigations correctly. That's hard to say. The important thing is, like, it's not super crucial to know whether the tank is spacing mitigation correctly. What is important is whether the tank feels like they're taking more damage than they should. If you're trying to figure out if you're playing badly or they're playing, like if you're learning and you're unsure who's to blame, then what I would recommend is record your play and then like figure it out after the fact. You don't have to record everything you do, but if you have a way to like start recording somewhat easily and quickly and potentially set that up, then you can just start recording if you start to feel like this tank feels weird, so that you can like watch it back where you're not busy, you know, keeping them alive. So you can more easily focus on what is happening. Is it me or them? Then you can also watch it back and go, oh, I wasn't using this cooldown. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing this and that. But you can also see that the tank wasn't using Rampart or wasn't using something else. It's a lot easier to do when you're not actively playing. Something that is important to note about GM warnings is that if you can go into and see this stuff like on the website, on the Final Fantasy XIV website, but there's like basically like a hierarchy of punishments, and being given a warning is like the bottom tier. Like that's, you haven't done very much bad, but you've done enough to receive a warning. Which means that if you start getting warnings, that still means that you're doing something that is considered problematic enough that I don't know how often they give out warnings, but there's a reasonable chance if you get a lot of warnings that you're like climbing that ladder. The next thing on the list is obviously not a ban, but it can get spicier. I don't know how it's weird, because the thing is, most of the people I've heard from that say, oh, I've gotten a talking to from a GM because I gave advice to someone, basically all of them say, and I was super polite. I wasn't rude about it at all. I can only, like, all I can do is take that conversation at face value, but I have given a lot of players advice in dungeons, some that hasn't been well received, and I have never gotten a talking to by GM. I have actually never spoken with a GM in Final Fantasy XIV directly. So I don't know if it's because I'm supremely lenient or there's something else going on. I don't know. There's also the possibility that that people are playing in groups of, like, just end up unlucky and land up against these weirdos more often that are playing badly and reporting you for giving advice. My best explanation for this, because the thing is, I don't think most people that are like actually bad at the game that need this kind of advice will jump to reporting you. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not something that your average normal player will do. It's a much more likely scenario that this person who reports you for giving advice, even if it's advice that isn't welcome, are intentionally playing badly to bait you to confront them and try to provoke you to say something that they can report you for. And then they just report you. Like, they're not... They know how they're supposed to be playing, but they just think it's really funny to do this, which is absolutely ludicrous, but very real. It isn't the only place where this happens. Speaking of, we talked about hunt trains much earlier in the stream, but while the community itself in hunt trains has this like common understanding that you wait and then you attack the hunt target together, so everyone gets credit. Technically, you're perfectly in your right to attack the hunt target immediately. It's an open world target. It's spawned in front of you. You don't need to care about those 30 other people standing over there. You wanted to pull now. That is perfectly legitimate in terms of the rules of the game. It's an open world target. There is no rules about ninja pulling a hunt train target. So if you start getting mean with them and calling them names for pulling, they can and will report you, some of these people, because some of these people are pulling the target early to provoke people to get mad and say mean stuff to them so they can report you. Like, specifically to do that. That is what we call an actual troll, and I understand that the meaning of the word troll has moved a little bit over the years, because these days people say that you're trolling if you're not doing your rotation optimally. But that is actually an internet troll, by the way. Maluxia says phrasing might matter a lot too. Things can be well intended but be worded in a way that can be misunderstood as more hostile, perhaps. Very true. That is very true. And it can be very hard to understand how to phrase this so that it isn't possible to take in a rude way, because text is weird. Duncan says, I've never had an issue being reported, and I think it's phrasing. There are polite remarks that are still phrased in an accusatory way, and ways to say the same things phrased positively, and that is exactly true. One way that I've often gone... I actually talk about this in my video. I think it's called A Good Day in the Mentor Roulette, or something like that. I talk about this, that whenever I had 2 runs in Bravelock's Longstop where the tank was single-targeting mobs. And instead of saying, you should be using your AoE attack, or something that implied they were bad, I said, it is you would actually do more damage if you used your AoE attack. Like, I'm basically saying, you're doing it right, but you could be better. Like, spin it to a positive. You could be better if you do this. Which is a very niche example, I know, but like, exactly, Duncan also made a good example. Instead of saying, please use mitigation, which is kind of hostile, especially if the person was using mitigation, you can also say, you can use arm's length and rampart to reduce damage. It's pretty good for pulls. That is, like... I mean, someone could interpret that as, do you think I don't know what arm's length and rampart is? But you never implied they were an idiot. You were just observing they weren't using these things. Zaab says, my problem is I don't remember all skill names off the top of my head, and people don't actually read their skill descriptions. Some people don't, that is true. this is actually an extremely good piece of advice in its own right. Because Zav says, my problem is I don't remember all skill names off the top of my head, and people don't actually read their skill descriptions. If you say to someone, use exact name of action, then all they have to do is this and go, okay, where is it? You just find it. You just go. And in both of the tanks in that mentor roulette situation, I said to the paladin, you could do more damage if you use auto-translate total eclipse on 2 or more targets, which is mostly true in that level range. And for the Dark Knight, I said the exact same thing. Unleash is better on 2 or more targets with auto-translate. Again, it's mostly true, but yeah, that's another story. It's mostly true. It's better for them in that moment. They just have to open their spell list and go, oh, that's the one. And then there you go. And what I mean by this as a tip is it can be difficult to communicate in Final Fantasy XIV if you don't know what your actions are called or what other people's actions are called. It's actually incredibly helpful to learn the names of actions because it makes it easier for you to communicate. It's a bit like, surprisingly, weirdly, a little bit like math. Because it would be incredibly hard to argue for like defending a like some proof that you're doing if you don't actually remember what the theorems you're using are called. You need to know that. You need to know that. Otherwise, you can't communicate. So you will have, like, if you learn the action names, it makes it way easier for you to explain to others. And the reason why that's helpful for you is because that means that you can say to that tank who isn't using mitigation that Rampart is good to be used for big pulls. It helps. Because it's a little less confrontational than saying, please use mitigation. Because they might be. And exactly, Maluxia, it's kind of like that. The how tanks and healers work from the other's perspective. Because a lot of it is, you don't know what the other person has. That is also why, like, it was quite interesting. There was someone who asked in the comments of the healers from a tank's perspective video, someone asked, how is this from a tank's perspective? And I was very confused because all of the footage was from a tank's perspective. And all the things I talked about were basically things that tanks cared about. Like, I didn't, like, something that, like, a handful of people highlighted in that video were, actually, lilies, like, that's an entire different story. But the point is that I explained in the video that white mages will use lilies in certain ways to make the most of them. The tank doesn't care about how much damage that is, or exactly when it is a gain or neutral or whatever it is. The important part is that sometimes the white mage will not have lilies, and there's a reason for that. Sometimes the white mage will use lilies on you even though you have full HP. There's a reason for that. Like, that's the tank's perspective. The white mage is going to throw random healing at you for no reason as far as you know, but they're not an idiot for doing that because the white mage has a plan. Like, those kinds of things is like from a perspective where you get enough information that you go, oh, so the white mage isn't casting a Flatus Solus on me because they think I'm dying. It's because they're actually indirectly attacking. Gazel says, any tips on remembering the names of each tank stanza so that I can say in chat when the tank forgets about them? They're called Iron Will, Royal Guard, Defiance, and Grit. But I don't know what they're called in Japanese, and I'm pretty sure in your auto-translate you would have to write the start of the Japanese name to auto-translate to it. Shirk is red angry man. We also have the full body pose here, provoke and his legs. That is also another good tip, Maluxia. That's actually a really good tip. A nice trick for phrasing is also asking for help. Something like, hey, it is a bit hard to heal you. Could you help me by using Rampart? And that is true. Instead of making a demand of them to do something specific, you're requesting that they help you by doing something. You're actually, in that statement, indirectly suggesting that the reason they have to use Rampart is because you're bad. Or the closest you could suggest is that. It's impossible to suggest that they're bad because you're saying it's hard to heal them and you need help. It's easier to suggest you're bad than they're bad from that statement. Although you could also infer that it's because they're bad because they're not using Rampart, but you didn't say that. Gaymed says, I thought auto-translate would still translate to Japanese if you type it in English. I think you misunderstand, Gaymed. Gazel's client is in Japanese. So you would need to write the start of the Japanese word for auto-translate in a Japanese client to suggest the Japanese word. And when Gazel then posts it, it will translate to English for you. Yeah, I usually also just say tank stance. I have had someone actually get mad about it, which was really weird. I just said, sorry, you didn't have it on. And then just don't talk about it anymore. And just don't respond about it anymore. Like, if that's actually a key thing that you might want to remember, is that if the other person starts getting riled up over you suggesting something, that is a really good time to stop talking. Because then they might say the wrong thing, and then you could report them. Like, it gets pretty big brain if you really want to fence with the trolls. But there's a lot to that. But yeah, I think a big part about it is that you can say something that is genuinely well-meaning and is not rude at all, but can be interpreted as rude. And someone can be offended by it because it implies something that you might not realize. That's the thing, is like, just with the Braveflock's long stop example I was talking about with a tank not using AoE, I could say, did you know that if you use your AoE name on 2 or more it's actually better if you use that on 2 or more targets. I could say that. I could also say, can you please use AoE? I could also say, ugh, single targeting tank again. Because it happened twice. Yeah, exactly, Darth. That is also why it is weird when sometimes a tank gets offended that you remind them about tank stats. I just want to highlight, if some of you have watched my 10 insane wall-to-wall polls video, that I remembered that I didn't have tank stance on in the Sastasha Giga poll, like, around the end of the clip. I was wondering why I lost aggro on so many targets. There was also actually the Stone Vigil Gigapool, the very first one in the video, from the start to the first boss. I forgot to use tank stance in the first try, but more importantly, I also forgot to click record. So it was actually, the one in the video was actually attempt 2. Because I forgot to click record. And I remember that after the attempt. That was hilarious. And I'm sure Gazel and the rest of the group found it extremely funny, like after that insane Giga pull that was like, all right, nice, second take. Let's do that again, but better. Gazel says, fun fact, Dark Knight Grid in Japanese is called Grid Stance, the only tank that has stance in the name of stances. Huh. There's a lot of interesting things with the Japanese translation. If I remember correctly, you also said that the monk forms are just called Form 1, 2, and 3, or something like that. Hey Adi, hope you're doing well. Grid strands. And that's also true. I guess I did generate enmity when I put it on. The key thing to remember is that putting on, like turning on the tank stance doesn't generate that much enmity, I don't think. Even though our test suggested it generated some. With that said... If you enjoyed this stream in particular, or the wonderful people that you see in the chat, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join. In that server, you will also find the weekly schedule, where you'll see what else is happening through this week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You will also find the announcement room, where you'll see links to videos, streams, whatever it is. It shows up there first, usually. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role specifically. If you do, you'll get a notification whenever I set up, post a video, plan a stream, whatever it is. And you also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before the stream starts, so you don't miss a second. You'll also find all these many of these wonderful people there talking mostly every day, actually. And you will also find the clips review room, where you can post your clips if you would like me to review some of your gameplay on these streams. Hey, Yogurt? Yeah, I think this is Sprout safe for the most part. We don't do too much spoilery talk. Thank you so much. And finally, if you did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So that helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. I'm sorry, Yogurt, you caught right at the end of the stream. However, if you would like, I always keep these streams as VODs for like anyone who wants to see them. You can watch them as much as you want. However, I will say there has been some clips earlier in the chat, earlier in the stream, that maybe is a little bit spoilery, but it's mostly just combat. Now, with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.